Li had been sealed for over 1,000 years. During this long period of time, he had been thinking about leaving at every moment. He was willing to sacrifice everything to escape this place. That was why, even though he knew that by surrendering a portion of his soul, he might be controlled by Li, he was still unable to turn Li down. Li knew very well that this 1,000-year-old demon would definitely agree to his terms. Anyone who had been sealed for 1,000 years would sacrifice anything for their freedom. For Li, to surrender only a portion of his soul really wasn't an unacceptable price. I can give you a portion of my soul, but do you have the ability to accept it? Li said coldly. This is not something you need to worry about. As long as you let go of your soul, put down all of your defenses, and send that piece into my brain, you can leave the rest of the process to me. Li answered. My soul cannot slip out of this space. The only way to do this is for your corporeal body to come in. Li yelled. I will never have my body enter this place. Ever. I have no intentions of being captured by you instantly. Li pondered for a moment. It will still be best if you send your soul out of the spirit pattern pillar and slip into my corporeal body's brain. Then I can be assured. The seal is still here. I cannot separate my soul from the spirit pattern pillar unless you help me break through 3 seals and unlock 3 chains first. Li's scarlet eyes shone with a bloody light. He looked down at the long chains connecting to the bones all over his body and said, If 3 chains are unlocked, then I will be able to split a portion of my soul outside and fulfill your request. Li grew quiet. He didn't know if what Li said was true or false. What if after unlocking 3 spirit pattern pillars, this Li could then escape the spirit pattern pillars? Who else could resist him? He was slightly afraid of taking this risk. Kid, if you are unwilling to attempt this, then I will not be able to split my soul. If you want to control my soul, then you must try it. Otherwise, we may as well go back to the first method. I'll teach you blood fiend sex secret arts, and in exchange you will release me. How about it? Li suggested scornfully. There was turmoil in Li's heart. He felt a bit of a headache coming on when going up against this 1,000-year-old demon. He didn't know which of his statements were real and which were not. But he knew very well that a single misstep might cause him to be doomed eternally, and he instead would be controlled by this old demon. He could feel no reassurance at all going up against such a demonic-level character. That was why he was hesitating. If you're afraid, if you're unwilling to take even the slightest risk, then you will never be successful in your entire life. Li taunted. I'll think it over. Li got out. He still had his eyes closed beneath the spirit pattern pillar. He gathered his mind consciousness to swim at the soul-suppressing orb at the center of his forehead. He was quietly channeling heavenly thunder eradication. RRMMB. The deep rumble of thunder roared out from inside his bones. He slowly channeled the power of thunder and pulled it little by little to his head. He then opened his eyes. There were streaks of densely packed, snake-like electricity shooting inside his pupils, and there was rumbling in his head that could shatter his eardrums. I heard thunder, and it looks like it's about to rain. How strange, Xianxia said doubtfully beside him. Li did not answer. Lightning flashed in his eyes. He was sensing the shockwave of heavenly thunder eradication inside his head, and with it, his confidence slowly grew firmer. Thunder and lightning were the nemesis of all soul-type beings, could destroy all evil spirits. During that year, at the natural stone forest outside Ice Stone City, Gao Yu had summoned the demon god's shadow, and that destructive aura had terrified every person around. However, even that demon god's shadow was incredibly wary of his heavenly thunder eradication. From that, it could be seen that the thunder and lightning energy of heavenly thunder eradication should have an incredible effect in destroying a soul. Once he thought about it, Li finally made up his mind, entered the pillar once more, and directly said, Okay, I will unlock 3 shackles first. The bloody light in Li's eyes abruptly brightened. Li immediately concentrated his mind on the spirit pattern pillar beside him. After a series of copying and depicting, he had reached the end of the spirit pattern pillar's chain with his wisp of mind consciousness. Just as Xueli had said, he attacked the clump of bright energy with his mind consciousness. Surprisingly, his rather tame mind consciousness was able to pierce through the energy clump without resistance. It was as easy as popping a balloon with a sharp needle. Bang! Bits of odd sparks flew out as the remaining energy exploded outwards along with the end of the chain. The first chain. Xueli's expression was crazy as he looked towards the sky and laughed terribly. His left arm abruptly pulled back. The thick and long rusty chain folded back towards Xueli like a gray dragon. He abruptly pulled back the long chain and entangled it firmly around his arm. The bloody color in his eyes grew more and more shocking. He looked towards Qinlai with a surprisingly pale face. Continue. 2 more chains and my soul can tear a hole through the seals. Qinlai could feel that Xueli's aura was stronger than before. He knew that the release of a chain had caused a layer of the shackling seals on Xueli to be destroyed. He grew more worried as time passed, but he still decided to continue. Therefore, his wisp of mind consciousness fell onto the second spirit pattern pillar to remove the seal within. His mind energy was rapidly depleting. He slowly entered into the spirit pattern pillar and saw yet another ball of energy. That ball of energy was the critical node needed to break the chain. Qinlai attacked it again with his mind consciousness. The energy clump exploded like a balloon. Yet another layer of seal had been released, and this chain was also pulled back by Xueli until it winded around his waist. The second chain. The bloody light in Xueli's light grew stronger. Good, very good. There is one more. If one more chain breaks, then I'll be able to surrender a portion of my soul to you. Qinlai paused for a moment. I've used too much of my mind consciousness. I need time to recover. I will leave for a moment. His wisp of consciousness returned. Taking out a mind-focusing pill and swallowing it, he began pondering with a frown while digesting the pill's power. This fierce and evil aura on this old demon's body was already extremely shocking. The moment the third chain is released, he will definitely attack me. Qinlai saw it very clearly. I need to recover as much as I can and compete with that portion of soul later. He will do anything in his power to control me, but if his soul dares to enter my head, then he may not be able to gain an advantage. During that year, the main soul of the soul-devouring beast was so powerful that even Xianxia was almost controlled by it. But even such a powerful soul-devouring beast's soul was still obediently absorbed by the soul-suppressing orb's light and refined not long after. Soul-suppressing orb, the soul-suppressing orb. Any soul-type evil energy that enters my mind is just walking themselves into a trap. Qinlai thought quietly. First, he recovered his energy with the pill and planned a bunch in his mind. He thought through every aspect carefully before he finally entered the world inside the spirit pattern pillar once more. He cracked the third spirit pattern pillar straight away. Xueli waited beneath the 12 spirit pattern pillars with 2 rusty, snake-like chains surrounding his waist and one of his arms. The bloody light in his eyes grew more frightening as he never moved his gaze away from Qinlai. Kid, you're still a little too naive. Xueli snorted coldly on the inside. Qinlai concentrated on cracking the third spirit pattern pillar. Quack! The energy clump inside the spirit pattern pillar was pierced by his mind consciousness. When the light clump exploded, so did the chain. Whoosh! Xueli's eyes brightened. He lifted and waved his arm, and the chain coiled back in midair, resembling an iron dragon. The third chain. Good. Xueli chuckled in a strange tone. Your soul. Qinlai's mind shook as he flew outside immediately. Here you go. Xueli pointed a finger at the center of his own forehead. A strand that was as crimson as blood flew out from between his brows. This strand of blood was truly formed from his soul and carried an incredibly powerful wave of memories within it. This strand of blood also rushed towards outside the spirit caterpillar, following the direction Qinlai's mind consciousness had left. A terrifying aura devoid of humanity that would destroy all creation was contained within that strand of blood. Its aura alone was enough to cause Qinlai's wisp of consciousness to nearly shatter. Kid, do nicely accept a quarter of my main soul. Xueli laughed madly towards the sky. On the outside, Qin Lai abruptly opened his eyes and stared straight at the spirit pattern pillar before him with an expression as cold as ice. Like a steel needle, the crimson blood strand stabbed out of the spirit pattern pillar with an extremely terrifying destructive aura. Its target was the center of Qin Lai's forehead. What is that? Tang Siki cried out. Qin Lai did not say anything. He did not channel heavenly thunder eradication immediately either because he was afraid that Xueli would grow wary. All he did was focus his mind consciousness into one point within the soul-suppressing orb, quietly awaiting that crimson strand's arrival. ZZZT. The strand of blood stabbed into the center of his forehead, causing a single drop of blood to appear. Then he shook. The instant the strand of blood entered his mind, he suddenly had the feeling that he was pulled into a bloody hell. Everywhere he looked, there was only an endless amount of blood. He felt as if he was being dragged into a sea of blood. He couldn't feel the slightest trace of life, and his mind collapsed almost instantly. A bloody aura had even entered straight into the inner depths of his soul, as if it had grasped his soul completely. He had a terrifying feeling that his soul was about to suffocate. This was the moment that he realized that he was wrong. He had underestimated the terror that was a quarter of Xueli's soul. There was no way he could resist at all. All of his schemes were shattered the instant the strand of blood had entered him. That was because he was unable to resist Xueli's soul attack for even a single moment. His soul, his mind, and all of his tenacious willpower were literally no different from paper under the assault of the bloody sea. They were destroyed at the moment of contact. It was as if his soul was being wrapped up by a ball of blood, as if he was being pulled into an endless sea of blood which corroded his soul one bit at a time. He had a strong feeling that this thick, fresh blood would slowly seep into his soul and change him, one tiny fragment of his personality after another. At the end, he would become Xueli's blood puppet. He could not gather his consciousness, nor could he activate heavenly thunder eradication. He could not even feel the condition of his own body. Slowly, he falling into the depths of the blood sea. However, at the moment of despair, he saw a ray of light. It was a light that had once absorbed the soul-devouring beast's soul. It was the purifying light from the depths of the soul-suppressing orb. He suddenly realized that the blood sea was like a bloody curtain being torn apart under the ray of light. It evaporated in an extremely short amount of time. He realized that he had returned into his own mind. And so, he channeled heavenly thunder eradication, gathered his mind consciousness, and saw that single strand of blood. That strand had turned into a blood-colored remnant soul inside the soul-suppressing orb. Thunder Blitz. Qin Lai then immediately gathered the power of thunder and lightning to strike Xueli's remnant soul. When the thunderbolt had struck the blood-colored remnant soul, it began to ferociously twist as a bloody mist came out from it. It was as if he could hear the terrible screams of Xueli's soul. Just as Qin Lai had wanted to control Xueli through his soul, Xueli also wanted to turn Qin Lai into his soul slave. Blood Fiend sect had a secret art that tempered blood slaves. The caster would infuse their own soul's fiendish energy into the victims, thereby eroding it away. Afterwards, they would slowly gain control of their blood slave. In the end, their victim would become a bloodthirsty heretic, losing themselves completely. The technique unleashed by Xueli putting a quarter of his soul in Qin Lai's head was exactly this secret art. Once the secret art started working, Qin Lai's mind would slowly succumb to the bloody world, and Xueli would take control of him slowly over time. He would end up as Xueli's bloodthirsty slave. In his opinion, he should have no issue controlling a minuscule martial practitioner like Qin Lai with only a quarter of his soul. Unfortunately, not only did he not expect Qin Lai to cultivate a technique that specialized in destroying souls, like heavenly thunder eradication, he also did not expect his mind to hide such a fantastic treasure like the soul-suppressing orb. Soul-suppressing, soul-suppressing. The soul-suppressing orb was its name, and its existence was to suppress a soul. The purifying light unleashed from within the soul-suppressing orb was fatally suppressive to all soul-type energies. The moment the light had started shining, Xueli already noticed that something was wrong. He instinctively felt fear and was ready to evacuate immediately. However, Just as he was about to escape the soul-suppressing orb, he realized that this treasure hidden inside Qin Li's mind was definitely not as simple as he thought. The orb's space had closed the exit and bound him inside. He even had the illusion that the orb's binding powers were far more terrifying than the shackles formed by the spirit diagrams inside the spirit pattern pillars. He struggled continuously, but in the end, he was unable to escape the orb's world, his soul only growing weaker under the purifying light. At this moment, the corruptive force he was using on Qin Li was rapidly fading away. At long last, Qin Li had finally escaped the world of the Blood Sea. The moment he regained his mind, the first thing Qin Li did was to activate Heavenly Thunder Eradication and attack this portion of Shui Li's soul. The thunder and lightning of Heavenly Thunder Eradication could destroy all evil. It would destroy vile souls and tormented spirits, and it was a fatal threat towards all soul-type heretics. RRMMB. Amidst the thunder's roar, a bloody fog appeared from the shadow of that quarter of Shui Li's soul. It was crying terribly. Shui Li turned shocked and fearful for the first time. He could never have imagined that not only did Qin Li cultivate a very rare power of thunder, he even had an awesome treasure like the soul-suppressing orb inside his head. The bloody wisp of his remnant soul was now trapped inside the soul-suppressing orb's world. It had no way to escape at all, and now he was being assaulted by the thunder and lightning. It was only a matter of time before he would be extinguished completely. "Kid! Stop! Stop it!" Shui Li's remnant soul cried out terribly. With a thought, Qin Li caused those bolts of thunder and lightning to instantly freeze. In his own world, Qin Li's soul consciousness had formed into a blurry, white shadow. The white shadow was in the shape of his own appearance. In addition, lines of lightning surrounded him as the thunder remained hidden overhead. Qin Li's soul shadow was now right beside Shui Li's bloody shadow. He coldly looked at him and said, "Old senior, it seems that you did not obey our promise of obediently surrendering your soul. It seems you are not worthy of my trust. In that case, I can only exterminate this portion of your soul. Why don't we have your true body be sealed inside the spirit pattern pillar forever? I admit my defeat. Kid. I surrender." Shui Li's remnant soul twisted. "I will relinquish this portion of my soul and surrender completely. I will let you seal and imprison me. Even if you surrendered now, the situation has already changed." Qin Li controlled the thunder and lightning and launched it at the bloody wisp. "This is a quarter of your soul, but it was so strong that I nearly collapsed. I think that this portion isn't too safe. Brat, when you're given an inch, don't take a foot," Shui Li howled. "Senior, I am now giving you two choices," Qin Li said without any emotion whatsoever. "Either you surrender another quarter of your soul and merge it with your current one, so I can seal them together. Or, I can destroy this soul of yours and have your remaining soul and true body be sealed inside the spirit pattern pillar. Just wait. Perhaps in 1,000 or maybe even several thousand years later, there will be another person like me who can unlock all of your seals." "You dare!" Shui Li's remnant soul twisted wildly. Qin Li said nothing and restarted Heavenly Thunder Eradication once more. He then used the lightning to attack the blood-colored remnant soul once more. RRMMB. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the blasting thunder and shooting lightning, Shui Li cried out horribly as wisps of blood mist spewed out of his soul. That blood mist was his soul's energy. Once they faded, they were immediately absorbed by the soul-suppressing orb's inner space before disappearing into the pitch-black orb at the center of his forehead. Afterwards, it slowly blinked with a tint of scarlet luster. Qin Li was deeply shocked on the inside. He realized this quarter of Shui Li's soul was even scarier than the entire soul of the rank 4 soul-devouring beast. The soul-devouring beast's soul was gone the instant it entered the soul-suppressing orb and was absorbed into the deeper space inside. The soul-devouring beast's main soul seemed to have no ability to resist at all inside the soul-suppressing orb. But this Shui Li, even though it was just a quarter of his soul, was able to exist inside the soul-suppressing orb for so long. This old demon's true realm may be scarier than I had expected. As he thought this, Qianlai grew increasingly cautious and focused his entire mind to call down thunderblitz. After a while, the cries of Xue Li's blood-colored, remnant soul grew weaker. He might be brutal and fearsome without bounds, but inside the soul-suppressing orb's world and without a corporeal body, he also couldn't bear heavenly thunder eradication's attacks upon his soul. And this was the result when Qianlai's realm was not powerful, when his heavenly thunder eradication had yet to be cultivated to a truly superb state. If Qianlai could directly attract the thunder from ninth heaven to fall down, then Xue Li's remnant soul would probably dissipate with a single strike. You've won, kid, you've won. I'll surrender the other portion of my soul to you, Xue Li cried out in agony. He had no choice but to bend his back. After just a short amount of time, he could feel that his soul was about to disintegrate. If this soul fragment was to disappear, he would need at least a few hundred years to fully recover. Isn't this nice now? Qianlai did not go overboard and stopped his attack right then. He had even decreased his pressure slightly. Senior, I do not plan to shackle half of your soul forever. I only need you to follow me for 30 years. I can swear right now that I will return your soul to you and will give you your freedom after 30 years. 30 years? Just 30 years? Kid, are you for real? Xue Li exclaimed in an odd tone. That's right, 30 years of time, Qianlai confirmed. Why didn't you say that earlier? Xue Li yelled angrily. If it's just 30 years, then I can still afford to wait. While he said this, his true body inside the spirit pattern pillar also let out a relieved expression. It's just 30 years. Yet another crimson wisp flew out of the center of the forehead of his true body, out of the pillar and into Qianlai's head, entering the soul-suppressing orb inside. ZZZT. The moment the strand of blood had entered the soul-suppressing orb, it immediately turned into yet another bloody remnant soul. The two souls slowly merged into one another, and after a while, they took upon Xue Li's appearance. This soul was the equivalent of half of Xue Li's soul. With half of his soul imprisoned, Xue Li would not dare to act carelessly. It would also truly reassure Qianlai. Put down all of your defenses, Qianlai said. This half of Xue Li's soul slowly turned invisible, becoming fainter by the second. Then, Qianlai changed his spirit art. Inside the soul-suppressing orb, an ice crystal ball was formed. Then, the outer layer of the wall of ice was covered with an earthen yellow halo. This was the power of the earth. Next, small streaks of lightning surrounded the outer layer of the halo with the rampaging energy of thunder, forming the third layer of the seal. Once all of this was finished, a finger-sized hole appeared at the center of the rumbling and crackling light ball. Go on in. Xue Li's invisible soul looked once at the light ball before obediently flying inside the hole. Once his soul had entered into the light ball, the hole fused as the light ball became complete once more. The inner layer was made of frigid ice, which was harmless to Xue Li's soul. The second layer was composed of the power of earth, and the outermost layer possessed the power of thunder and lightning. This three-layered seal would not be able to trap even the tiniest fragment of Xue Li's soul in the outside world. He would be able to go in and out of it anytime he wanted. But inside the world of the soul-suppressing orb, Xue Li's soul was suppressed, as if there was a huge mountain on top of him. He could not escape the orb at all, and if he tried to do anything, Qianlai would notice the very next moment. In that case, the three-layered seal he had applied inside the soul-suppressing orb was enough to stop Xue Li from acting carelessly. Now, I can unlock your seal without worry. Qianlai opened his eyes and swallowed a mind-focusing pill. He stared straight at the spirit pattern pillar ahead of him. Qin Bing. Did a strand of blood just enter your forehead? Tang Siki quickly asked when she saw him opening his eyes. I'm fine. Don't worry. If the sect master and 3 great reverends came over, just tell them that I've figured out the final magic of the spirit pattern pillar and am researching it now. Tell them to give me some time. Qianlai notified her once and closed his eyes once more. Tang Siki had a whole stomach of doubts she wanted to ask, but she couldn't find an angle to go at it. It was already noon. Shadows began to approach Armament Sect's outer sect entrance from every angle. Seven Fiends Valley's Shi Jingyun, Cloud Sky Mountains Wu Tuo, Dark Shadow Towers Liangyangzu, and Dark Azura Hall's Yuan Tianya had all appeared. Hall Master Yuan, was Xianxia killed? Wu Tuo immediately asked the matter he was most concerned about when he walked forward before Yuan Tianya. Shi Jingyun's expression was heavy, as he also looked towards Yuan Tianya. It was obvious that he was also very concerned about the matter. Xianxia escaped with severe injuries. Yuan Tianya's expression was indifferent. Following behind him were his subordinate commanders. Xianxia should not have the ability to fight for the time being. He should not be able to interfere with our next operation against Armament Sect. Xianxia will always be a hidden threat as long as he isn't dead. Liang Yangzu interrupted with a dark face. He is the most terrifying person in Armament Sect. If this man is alive, even if we eliminate Armament Sect, we will not enjoy any peaceful moments in the future. No, Xianxia cannot threaten us. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the people above us? Yuan Tianya looked towards the sky and said coolly, "The operation against Armament Sect was ordered by people from above. If we really cannot take down Xianxia, then naturally the higher-ups will send their own men to take care of things." The moment he said this, everyone's expressions had relaxed. Suddenly, they thought that Xianxia was no longer a threat. At Armament Sect's entrance, many figures began to gather from every district inside the city. These were the people of Dark Azura Hall, Dark Shadow Tower, Seven Fiends Valley, Cloud Sky Mountain and Purple Mist Sea. Liangyangzu, Yuan Tianya, Wu Tuo, and Shi Jingyun waited leisurely at the front entrance, waiting for people from Purple Mist Sea to arrive before entering Armament Sect. At a tall tower not far away from Armament Sect, Yuan scowled at a graceful lady, watching her changing her spirit arts continuously and pressing many spirit energy marks that looked like tree leaves onto Lien Ro's body. Every time the leaves entered Lien Ro's body, she would shake a little. After the process was repeated at least a dozen times, Lien Ro's body shook strongly before her eyes brightened. All right. Faint sweat appeared on top of Su Ziying's forehead. She wore a navy blue dress, and the sides of her dress were wrinkled like waves. Her beautiful hair was tied up tall, causing her to look extremely graceful and rich. At the middle stage of the Nether Passage realm, she was Purple Mist Sea's commander in Armament City, and second wife of Purple Mist Sea's leader. Thank you, second mistress. Seeing that Lien Ro's seal had been unlocked, Yuan's expression relaxed slightly, as he thanked her with sincere respect. Yuan. Lien Ro's expression was still somewhat pale, but the moment she realized that her blood was circulating, she fiercely glared at him and yelled, "Look at what you've done! I'll leave this girl to you. I should be meeting up with Yuan Tianya and the others right now." Su Ziying glanced at Lien Ro and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Girl, just accept your fate. This time, no one can save Armament Sect." Once finished, Su Ziying brought a number of Purple Mist Sea's martial practitioners and headed towards Armament Sect's entrance. "I want to go back to the sect." Lien Ro's expression was icy. "Lien Ro, I am sorry, but I can't let you go." Yuan sighed. Then, he suddenly took out a silver rope and, while Lien Ro had not recovered completely and ignoring her scolding and struggling, tied her up tightly. Yuan stood on top of the tower. From here, he could see Armament Sect's entrance from afar. When he looked, however, he took on a complicated expression as he solemnly said, "It is not the first time the five great forces wanted to take action against Armament Sect. Regardless of Qin Bing's appearance, Armament Sect would still walk the path of destruction. Lord Xianxia and Lord Fengrong will definitely be able to protect Armament Sect. Yuan, I will not forgive you. I will never forgive you." Lien Ro cried out. "As long as you survive, I don't mind letting you hate me," Yuan said softly. "You betrayed Armament Sect, lured Lord Xianxia and Lord Fengrong, and brought Senior Brother Qin into a trap just for me? You are overturning the entire Armament Sect." Lien Ro reprimanded angrily. "Do you know what you and Tang Siki are in the eyes of the sect master and the three great reverends?" Yuan's expression was stern. "I didn't want to do this either. When I heard that you and Tang Siki were captured by Blood Shadow, I went to look for Sect Master. But he did not give me hope. He forbade me to notify Qin Bing about this and gave Xianxia and Feng Rong the authority to take direct control of the situation. Do you know what this means? Yuan humphed coldly. In their eyes, you, Tang Siki, and I are nothing more than insignificant pawns. We can be sacrificed at any moment. They planned to sacrifice you. What else can I do? Watch you die with my own eyes while doing nothing. Yuan's eyes had turned red. Lien Ro suddenly grew silent. Sister Su, you've come. Everyone is waiting for you. Wu Tuo's fat face let loose a brilliant smile, appearing completely harmless. Fatty Wu, aren't you guys a little too early? Su Ziying had brought the martial practitioners of Purple Mist Sea and arrived at Armament Sec's entrance. After glancing at the crowd, she asked, "Where is Di Shurjiu?" "He is still chasing after Xianxia," Liang Yangzhu replied. "And Blood Shadow?" Su Ziying asked again. "He should be with him." Liang Yangzhu's eyes flashed. Su Ziying nodded and asked, "Do we need to wait for them?" "No." Liang Yangzhu snorted and said solemnly, "I can take charge for Dark Shadow Tower." "All right." Su Ziying looked at the entrance and said, "Then let's go in and talk with Ying Xingran." "Hee. Let me open it. Let me open it." Cloud Sky Mountain's Wu Tuo cheerfully arrived in front of the door, and like a human-shaped stone, he rammed his head into the steel door. Bang! Armament Sec's thick steel door shattered into pieces, just like that. Wu Tuo led the way in and said loudly, "Cloud Sky Mountain's Wu Tuo pays his respects to the Sect Master. Dark Azura Hall's Yuan Tianya pays his respects to the Sect Master. Seven Fiends Valley's Shi Jingyun pays his respects to the Sect Master. Dark Shadow Tower's Liang Yangzhu has arrived for a meeting. Purple Mist Sea's Su Ziying pays her respects to the Sect Master." One after another, the loud voices rang throughout the entire foot of the Mountain of Flame volcano and resonated around Armament Sec's entrance. With these 5 loud cries, the people in charge of their respective forces entered Armament Sec's outer sect one after another. Halfway up Flame volcano, Ying Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 great elders had swiftly descended the mountain in unison, heading to the foot of the mountain. Every single one of their faces was filled with thick despair, as if they could see their future fate. As a result, Ying Xingran's face had lost all of its blood. He walked at the front, and from time to time, he would nervously turn around and ask Luo Zhichang, "Is there still no news from him?" Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang had contacted the expert that watched over Armament Sect, using the instructions that had been left behind. Unfortunately, whether it was because it had been so long that the other party had forgotten about them or they had passed away, there was no response at all. This was the equivalent of cutting off Armament Sec's remaining hope. There is no news, not even the slightest reaction. Perhaps he is already gone. Luo Zhichang sighed deeply. Then we can only put our hopes on Qin Bing. Ying Xingran finally lost all hope and led them to the plaza. He rushed towards Tan Dongling and instructed, "Pass the 3 spatial rings to Qin Bing." At the plaza where the 12 spirit pattern pillars were, Qin Lai had his eyes tightly closed while a powerful wave of mind energy emanated from his body. He was doing his utmost to unlock the sealing art that was imprisoning Xueli. He did not realize that Ying Xingran and the others had arrived. "Sect Master, say Senior Brother Qin cannot be disturbed right now." Tang Siki hurriedly stood up and told them what Qin Lai had instructed her to. Senior Brother Qin has finally learned the final magic of the spirit pattern pillar. He is now going through it and needs a little bit more time. Time is not something Armament Sect has anymore. We can no longer give him time. A trace of blood flowed down Ying Xingran's lips. His eyes were like dying candles amidst the wind. It was like it could be extinguished at any moment. The commanders of the 5 great forces have already entered the sect. We no longer have any time, Luo Zhichang said with a slightly unsteady voice and a face full of despair. Wake Qin Bing up. Have him carry the 3 spatial rings filled with the sect's final hope and swiftly leave through the underground path. Don't come back anymore. Go! Fang Qi and Jiang Hao also cried out, "Sect Master! What should we do, Sect Master?" The cries of the outer sect disciples all rang out from the big yard in front of Armament Sect. Chang Ping, take Qin Bing, Tang Siki, and the 3 spatial rings to the underground passage. Ing Xingran abruptly cried out. However, after the yell, he looked around and did not see any trace of Chang Ping. Just as Ing Xingran was about to yell once more, he saw a stumbling and bloody figure walking out in the direction of the artifact forging room not far away. It was the outer sect elder, Chang Ping. A blood-colored, short spear was stabbed in Chang Ping's chest. That was Chang Ping's own spirit artifact. I know about the underground passage that leads outside as well. That is where I came in from. I have come to crush all of Armament Sect's hope. Blood Shadow's voice suddenly rang out from the artifact forging room. While the crowd had turned ashen white, he looked at the sky and laughed as he appeared. Ing Xingran, Luo Zhichang, Fang Qi, Jiang Hao, you 4 scumbags. You poisoned my master and joined forces with Xianxia and Feng Rong, those 2 traitors, and murdered him while he was cultivating. You killed my master. I Yan Qi have not forgotten this grudge. The reason I have lingered in this world until now was to kill you with my own hands and take revenge for my master. Tong Jihua, Ing Xingran yelled fiercely. Send in the men. Chief Reverend had also cried out. The moment Blood Shadow showed up, a bad premonition appeared inside their hearts. This Blood Shadow was different from the others. Even if Yuan Tianya, Shi Jingyun, Su Ziying, and Wu Tuo reached Armament Sect, they would not eliminate the Sect Master and 3 Great Reverends. They would be captured alive and would allow Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends to live so they could help them forge artifacts and refine high-ranking spirit artifacts. In Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends' eyes, as long as they didn't die instantly, the hope that they might live long enough to see the sect's resurgence would still exist. That was why they still had a single prayer for luck and hope in their hearts. However, Blood Shadow's appearance from the underground path had extinguished their hopes entirely. The exposure of the underground passage meant that Qin Lai and Tang Siki would not be able to leave with the sect's secret scriptures, whereas they would be all killed by this madman. If that happened, then how could Armament Sect possibly still have any hope remaining? Therefore, he loudly cried out for help, hoping that Tong Jihua and the other sect elders could rush over. Unfortunately, it would seem that Tong Jihua and the others at the front yard could not hear his desperate pleas. Yan Qi, do you really want to destroy Armament Sect? Chief Elder Mo Hai yelled sternly. Armament Sect raised you, and you grew up in Armament Sect since you were young. Can you really be this ruthless? Elder Mo Hai. For the first time, there was a trace of complication in Blood Shadow's eyes. You are the only person I respected in Armament Sect. Every single one of my spirit artifacts were forged by you back then. This was also the reason why junior sister Feng Rong is still alive. The reason I didn't kill her wasn't for her sake. It was because I respected you. Beside Mo Hai, Feng Rong snorted with scorn in her eyes. You can't kill me. I will not hurt you, Feng Rong, and the inner sect elders. Blood Shadow's eyes glittered with murderous intent. But Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends must die. Boom! A thick, bloodthirsty aura exploded from Blood Shadow's body. His fresh blood formed into many bloody snakes. They suddenly crawled out of Blood Shadow's body and charged towards Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends, attempting to bite them. Each one of these blood snakes were formed from Blood Shadow's lifeblood essence. They were tinged with his thoughts and were like an extension of his 4 limbs, so he could nimbly move them as he pleased. Seeing the numerous blood-colored snakes agilely slithering over with a terrifying and ruthless aura, Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends were filled with despair. It was at this moment that Qin Lai suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. A bizarre color, red as blood, gleamed within their depths. That very moment he turned to Blood Shadow. Numerous blood snakes cruised through the air, heading for Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends. Blood Shadow's eyes glittered with a bloody light as he controlled the blood snakes remotely with his mind. You dare, Yan Qi? Feng Rong's expression was cruel as she ignored her severe injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence exploded and formed innumerable crystalline blood droplets. They shone with a glamorous light and rammed towards the blood snakes. "Ungrateful fool!" Blood Shadow yelled before the bloody light in his eyes converged at a single point. A thick, bloody and fiendish aura was directly blasted at Feng Rong while carrying a tidal wave of mind energy. Splat, splat, splat. The blood droplets exploded, and whatever little color Feng Rong had just regained disappeared in an instant. Traces of blood flowed slowly out of her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Her soul was extremely weakened, and this time she had truly injured her heart and soul. She no longer had the ability to fight. Ronger! Mo Hai's expression changed greatly as he grabbed Feng Rong right after she was injured. He hurriedly slipped a blood-colored pill into her mouth. SSSSSS. SSSSSS. The blood snakes that were stopped temporarily by the droplets began to move again. One of them charged at Xingran's neck with its jaws ready to clamp down. Blood change. Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice yelled out from the crowd. That voice belonged to Qin Lai. A strange energy wave that caused the crowd to feel their blood was boiling emanated from Qin Lai's body. Before they realized what had happened, they saw that the blood snake's blood shadow had formed with his lifeblood essence suddenly started melting. They dissolved and splashed everywhere. After the lifelike blood snakes had all melted, they were now simply just tiny pools of blood and lost all the brutality they had only moments ago. Xingran and the three great reverends stared at Qin Lai with great shock after escaping the maws of death. Each of the nearby inner sect elders and Tang Siki were shocked to the core as they turned to look at Qin Lai. It was at this moment that a fountain of blood flew out from the spirit pattern pillar beside him. Under the sun, the blood water shone with a terrifying crimson color. It poured down onto Qin Lai's body in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, Qin Lai had turned into a bloody man boiling with a bloody, fiendish aura. A strange bloody light appeared in his eyes, and his body was even giving off an old and cruel aura. That aura mingled together with the bloody stench, giving rise to great fear within the depths of everyone's hearts. Blood change. It's actually blood change. As soon as Feng Rong saw it, she screamed, "Qin Bing! How could you possibly know blood change?" Even Blood Shadow's entire body spasmed. After a momentary shock, a light of understanding flashed across his crimson eyes. While everyone was still worried that Blood Shadow would renew his attacks, he suddenly bowed down before Qin Lai to everyone's amazement. He raised his head with madness shining in his eyes as he rasped, "Blood Progenitor, you're the Blood Progenitor, aren't you? I am the first disciple of Yu Hongji. My master told me about you once. The reason I came today was to release you from the spirit pattern pillar and return your freedom." Blood Progenitor? In their great confusion, Xingran and Luo Zhichang froze for a moment as they stared at Blood Shadow. Even Feng Rong was a little befuddled. She did not understand why Blood Shadow had reacted so oddly to the current turn of events. Just slightly, she felt like laughing when she saw him bow before Qin Lai. Tang Siki was the only person out of everyone there who had a faint idea of what was going on. Strange light brimmed in her eyes as she looked at Qin Lai. Qin Lai's eyes shone with a bloody light as he indifferently looked at Blood Shadow and said, "I am not him." He was still cracking open the remaining seals inside the spirit pattern pillar just now. When Blood Shadow arrived and was about to commit mass murder, he still had 2 seals that he hadn't unlocked. Since the seals were not completely broken, Xueli could not exit with his true body and thus could not leave the spirit pattern pillar. However, seeing that Blood Shadow had acted, out of helplessness, Qin Lai had no choice but to borrow Xueli's power. Therefore, Xueli had summoned his lifeblood essence out of his body and poured it into Qin Lai's. The lifeblood essence of Blood Fiend sect was the fountain of power, and the lifeblood essence in Xueli's body was the essence of his whole life of cultivation. After his lifeblood essence had coated Qin Lai's skin, he immediately gained the near-infinite volume of blood energy. And since he had half of Xueli's soul sealed inside the soul-suppressing orb, he could even channel this power with that half. It was the equivalent of him turning into Xueli, this 1,000-year-old demon, for a short period of time. How could Blood Shadow possibly fight him? The blood progenitor isn't possessing you? Blood Shadow frowned and immediately climbed back up from his kneeling position. Then why could you use blood change? While speaking, the bloody color on Blood Shadow's body faded bit by bit. Under the sun, his shadow grew clearer as the stench of blood grew thicker. Blood arts. Materialization. Be careful, Qin Bing. Feng Rong exclaimed. The shadow of Blood Shadow formed from his blood shot out and attacked Qin Lai, carrying with it a mad, bloodthirsty aura. If you aren't the blood progenitor, then you can go to hell. Blood Shadow laughed sharply. Other than killing Ying Xingran and the three great reverends, the reason I came here today was to personally meet the blood progenitor. I wish to cultivate a higher rank of the blood fiend secret arts. Boom! Qin Lai's mind suddenly shuddered. The instant the blood-colored shadow rushed towards him, an extremely terrifying soul-attacking energy had invaded first. It reached deep into his soul. Blood arts. Cocoon. Xueli's evil voice came out from inside the soul-suppressing orb as a wave of energy rippled out while he circulated blood essence and applied it around his body. Amazingly, Xueli's blood essence that was solidifying around Qin Lai's body shrunk. Then, it turned into a blood cocoon that completely covered Qin Lai. The countless scarlet threads on the blood cocoon looked like human nerves. Fresh blood even gushed from it. At first glance, it was as if the blood cocoon was alive. It was an incredibly terrifying and impactful sight. The shadow formed by Blood Shadow's lifeblood essence splashed onto the blood cocoon. Like a stream flowing into a river, it actually merged directly into the blood cocoon without even a splash. Blood Shadow's soul connection with his blood essence was sliced away in an instant. At least 70% of his power was gone just like that. Senior Blood Progenitor. I am here to save you. The moment that Blood Shadow saw that something was wrong, he yelled at the spirit pattern pillar. He was the only person other than Qin Lai who knew the secret of the spirit pattern pillar. He knew that Yu Hongji's bloody spirit art came from the old man inside the spirit pattern pillar. That old man who Yu Hongji had referred to as the blood progenitor was the source of all their blood arts. Blood Shadow had heard from Yu Hongji that the bloody spirit art he was cultivating was not complete. When he had reached the late stage of the Nether Passage realm, he would have to acquire a higher-ranking bloody spirit art. Otherwise, his fate would be the same as Yu Hongji's that year. Yu Hongji's spirit art had backfired at the late stage, and he had to consume fresh blood to be able to maintain his realm and avoid his entire body exploding and killing him. That was how Xueli had restricted Yu Hongji in the past. Therefore, after reaching the late stage of the Nether Passage realm, Blood Shadow had been thinking of a way all this time to meet Xueli and ask for a higher-ranking bloody spirit art. His so-called revenge for Yu Hongji was only an excuse, and killing Ying Xingran and the three great reverends was but a small matter to be carried out along the way. His true objective was to acquire a high-rank bloody spirit art and break through his limits once more. Senior Blood Progenitor, please return my lifeblood essence. I am willing to take you as my master. Blood Shadow faced the spirit pattern pillar and begged. Serve me as your master? You're not qualified. An eerie voice came out from the blood cocoon surrounding Qin Lai. The blood essence Blood Shadow had released just now was split out of the blood cocoon once more. There was a terrifying soul energy inside this split blood essence. It came from the other part of Xueli's soul. Once this bloody man reappeared, it no longer had any trace of Blood Shadow's aura. It turned into a wisp of bloody light and abruptly flew forward. Amidst Blood Shadow's terrified cries, the bloody man slipped directly into Blood Shadow's body from the top of his head. An acutely wretched scream came out of Blood Shadow's mouth. Droplets of blood began to surface on Blood Shadow's skin and appeared exceedingly eerie. Blood Shadow's eyes struggled, seemingly with all he could as he clutched his head and roared in extreme pain. Get out! Get out of my body! His voice grew weaker and weaker. After a while, Blood Shadow's wretched cries had stopped, and even the struggle in his eyes had disappeared. And transformed aura which became cruel was slowly unleashed from his body. Blood Shadow's crimson eyes shone with a light that would cause souls to shudder. When Xingran, Luo Zhichang, Feng Rong, and Mo Hai looked at him now, they all felt their blood run cold. They knew very well that Blood Shadow was completely gone. This person who had taken over Blood Shadow's corporeal body was the blood progenitor he was talking about. At this moment, it was as if Xue Li's true body inside the spirit pattern pillar had turned into a real corpse. There was no life energy in it, nor was there even a trace of a soul. The seal had not been unlocked completely, and Xue Li's true body still could not slip out of the spirit pattern pillar. But his lifeblood essence and soul were not restricted. Now, his lifeblood essence coated Qin Li's body, and half of his soul was sealed inside Qin Li's soul-suppressing orb. The other half of his soul had eliminated Blood Shadow and taken over his corporeal body. A body at the middle stage of the Nether Passage realm and a body of blood that isn't pure enough. What garbage! Xue Li took a gander at his new body with eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Trash like this wants to serve me as his master, what a joke. While saying that, the cocoon surrounding Qin Li had melted into blood water. Qin Li had appeared once more. Xue Li suddenly looked at Qin Li. Qin Li was also looking at Xue Li. Xue Li then started to walk to Qin Li, one step at a time. Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 great inner sect elders all looked ashen and were shivering slightly. No one dared to move even a muscle. Even Feng Rong was frightened. She could only stare at Xue Li without looking away, without being able to come up with even the slightest thoughts of resistance. The aura flowing out of Xue Li's body alone was enough to cause their souls to quiver. It made even the act of standing in front of Xue Li somewhat difficult. Amidst the crowd's fearful gazes, Xue Li arrived beside Qin Li and stared deeply at him. Then, he suddenly sat down beside Qin Li and said reluctantly, "Come on, say it. What do you want me to do?" "I want you to help me kill some people," Qin Li answered in a simple and straightforward manner. At the plaza, Qin Li's body was coated with a robe made of blood. The corporeal body that was forcefully dominated by Xue Li sat beside him just like that. While Qin Li was speaking, he had already gathered his mind and guarded the other portion of Xue Li's soul inside the soul-suppressing orb tightly. He was wary of Xue Li. Right now, Xue Li's other half of his soul that was possessing Blood Shadow's body was putting great pressure on his mind. Meanwhile, Xue Li's blood essence had also solidified on the surface of his skin. It was the equivalent of having his entire body controlled by Xue Li. He could be killed by Xue Li at any second if Xue Li felt like it. That was also why he had gathered all of his thoughts and channeled heavenly thunder eradication at full power, gathering all thunder and lightning energy together. He was ready to eliminate the other half of Xue Li's soul in the soul-suppressing orb at any moment. The second Xue Li dared to act a little differently. He would risk even the destruction of his soul to eliminate the other half of Xue Li's soul at all costs. "What are you afraid of, kid?" A hint of taunting appeared in Xue Li's scarlet eyes. "Are you afraid that I will kill you even at the risk of losing half my soul?" Qin Li did not say anything. At the side, Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 inner elders did not dare to say a word. They simply stared fearfully at Xue Li and Qin Li while listening to their conversation. They could sense a power from Xue Li that could eliminate them in an instant, so they did not doubt that the moment Xue Li felt like it, none of them would be able to escape even a single hit from Xue Li whatsoever. That was why they were all as docile as a lamb. "I know that you didn't use all of your power when you blasted the other half of my soul. If I really wanted to kill you, you do have the ability to take the other portion of my soul with you." Xue Li chuckled strangely and said inside Qin Li's mind, "One part of this ability came from that thunder spirit art you cultivated, and the other came from that precious treasure in your head. I can feel how terrifying that orb is. Its threat to my soul is even bigger than the soul seal the 12 spirit pillars had applied on me combined." As he said this, his voice came from the soul sealed by Qin Li inside the soul-suppressing orb. "If half of my soul is destroyed, I wouldn't be able to recover even in 300 years. Xue Li humphed coldly. "Which is the better deal between that and being controlled by you for 30 years? I know this far better than you do." Qin Lai still did not dare to let his guard down as he continued to gather his mind consciousness while saying, "Please stay a little further away from me. Also, please withdraw the lifeblood essence from my body. Kid, aren't you being a little too cautious? If I really wanted to kill you, do you think this little distance would be of any use?" While saying this, the blood essence coated on Qin Lai's body turned into a bloody light and flew back into the spirit pattern pillar. "At any rate, I hope you can stay away from me a bit. I still need to unlock the seals trapping you inside," Qin Lai expressed. Once he said this, Shueli glanced at him coldly before standing up again. He then sat down at the spirit pattern pillar furthest away from Qin Lai. Ying Xingran and the others' eyes were filled with terror as they watched him come and walk by. They still did not dare to move a muscle. Once Shueli sat down, Qin Lai then said under Ying Xingran's extremely curious gaze, "Sect Master, allow the masterminds of the forces to come to this place. This senior will help us solve our problems." Ying Xingran shuddered in response. At the same time, in Armament Sect's outer sect courtyard, the leaders of all 5 forces, Yuan Tianya, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, Liang Yangzhu, and Su Jiyun were leading their subordinates and heading towards the plaza one step at a time. Liang Yangzhu had purposely walked at the head of the group. He purposely slowed his footsteps and watched the outer sect disciples of Armament Sect retreating little by little. He looked to Tong Jihua and said, "Bring me to Ying Xingran. Hall Master Liang. It won't take us too much time to kill everyone in the outer sect." Yuan Tianya frowned and suggested that because he felt that Liang Yangzhu's plan was too slow. His eyes scanned Tong Jihua and the others' bodies, and he looked like he would attack at any moment. This caused Tong Jihua and the others to feel fearful on the inside. "We don't have to rush." Liang Yangzhu turned and said darkly, "The secret arts blood spear is cultivating has their own unique properties. Only the outer sect elders would be familiar with these secret arts. If we kill everyone in blood spear, then we will not be able to learn their cultivation method. We also need to acquire the training methods of blood spear's martial practitioners and the technique to prepare the blood pool spirit blood this trip. That is why we must leave some of them alive." When he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Shi Jingyun and Wu Tuo even hurriedly persuaded Yuan Tianya to be less hasty, that he must not kill all of blood spear's martial practitioners. Everyone knew about the might of blood spear. Some of them had even experienced it personally. They desired blood spear's training art and preparation method of the legendary blood pool spirit blood very much. They wanted to increase their own strength using that knowledge. That was why Liang Yangzhu's suggestion was acknowledged by everyone. They didn't know that the reason actual Liang Yangzhu was delaying was because of Blood Shadow, so that Blood Shadow could acquire the fruits of their labor first. "All right." Yuan Tianya was also moved. "The secret arts that was able to turn fire spear into blood spear is something I am also very interested in learning as well." And that was why they weren't in a hurry, nor was their speed particularly quick. Their normal disciples had even caught up to them. Lu Li, Ling Yushi, and Ling Xianxia had rushed over from the streets outside and entered Shi Jingyun's group. Ouyang Jingjing did not have the courage to come. Pang Feng had also arrived from outside Armament Sect and walked beside Wu Tuo. He was here to witness Armament Sect's fate. His sister, Pang Shirshir, did not have the courage to come either. She chose to stay at the heart of the Great Earth. At a faraway tower, Yi Yuan and Lian Ro looked in the direction of Armament Sect from afar. Just the same, they did not have the courage to step back into the sect and could not bear to watch the destruction of Armament Sect. "Pang Feng?" Tong Jihua exclaimed in a low tone. Beside Wu Tuo, Pang Feng's expression was steady as he watched the familiar faces of the outer sect disciples. His eyes were a little complicated. However, his tone was incredibly calm. "Elder Tong, I did not expect the sect to experience such a huge change either. I do not wish to see the sect walk towards destruction, but I do not have the power to change the sect's future. The reason I came was to bear witness to the sect's fate. If there is anything within my power that I can do, then I will do my best to accomplish it." A hint of pain and helplessness flashed across Pang Feng's eyes. "You just watch," Wu Tuo interrupted. "But remember, You must not interfere. Pang Feng snorted once with a scowl. Very good. You have the courage to step back into the sect and watch Armament Sect walk towards its own destruction with your own eyes. Your heart is truly as tough as steel. Purple Mist sees Su Ziying praised once before saying, You are unlike that brat, Eon. He only knows how to talk about love, and would not even bother with what's truly important. I am Ing Xingran. I invite you all to come and talk at the plaza. It was at this moment that Ing Xingran's yell had come from the foot of the mountain of flame volcano. He had actually invited them in. Under the blazing sun and at the bottom of flame volcano, the spirit pattern pillars that were standing tall at the plaza caused the land to appear solemn in its silence. Qin Lai's eyes were shut. A very clear wave of mind energy emanated from his body while he was still in the process of cracking open the seals inside the pillar. Under the furthest spirit pattern pillar from him, Blood Shadow's body, which had been dominated by Xueli, was sitting straight with his head lowered. Ing Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 great inner sect elders were all gathered at the backside of the plaza while looking sternly at the front. Go after a while, Tong Jihua and many outer sect disciples, in addition to the blood spear martial practitioners, all retreated from the front yard. Sect Master. After Tong Jihua had arrived, he said in a low tone with shame, I could not stop them. Ing Xingran waved his hands and motioned for Tong Jihua and the outer sect disciples to retreat. Sect Master Ing sure has courage. Wu Tuo's hearty laughter suddenly rang out from outside. His chubby body was the first to appear at the plaza. Pang Feng and many other Cloud Sky Mountain martial practitioners, clad in gray, also followed closely behind Wu Tuo and appeared one after another. Ing Xingran, Feng Rong, and the others all simmered with anger when they saw Pang Feng appear, giving him a furious glare. There were even many outer sect and inner sect disciples who couldn't hold back and began yelling angrily at him, calling him a traitor, cold-blooded, and ungrateful. His face was incredibly heavy under the crowd's accusations. However, he did not defend himself and simply stood as still as a rock. Ing Xingran, you ignored my questions and covered single-mindedly for a murderer like Qin Bing. Have you ever thought that such a day like this would come? Liang Yangzu walked over with a dark expression. His eyes were like sharp blades that shot straight on Ing Xingran's body. Liang Xiaoyang had ambushed Qin Bing with Eclipse insects, then ordered Gray Shadow and Black Shadow to kill Qin Bing and Tang Siki from the shadows. He deserved to die, Ing Xingran yelled. He deserved to die, you say? Liang Yangzu roared angrily. Then everyone at this place today all deserves to die as well. You have only yourselves to blame for Armament Sect's destruction. Yuan Tianya, Su Ziying, and Shi Jingyun led their subordinates and appeared at the plaza. The trio looked deeply at Ing Xingran and the 3 great reverends. Their faces appeared somewhat embarrassed. Elder Mo Hai, I am very sorry, but this is what the higher-ups want. I am just following orders. Shi Jingyun's expression was bitter. He bowed before Mo Hai and said apologetically, I have not forgotten the favor of you forging a spirit artifact for me. If this wasn't the plan decided on by all 7 Valley Masters, I would never have entered Armament Sect with such an identity, nor would I dare stand in front of you like this. Elder Mo Hai, Purple Mist Sea will guarantee your safety, Su Ziying expressed solemnly. Before I came over, the higher-ups have specifically mentioned to not harm you no matter what. Even Yuan Tianya appeared a bit embarrassed in front of Mo Hai. His words were tinged with fearful respect. Mo Hai was now publicly acknowledged as the #1 artificer within Armament Sect. Every single spirit artifact he forged was incredibly rare and was desired by every martial practitioner. It was rumored that Mo Hai was about to break through his current limits, soon being able to forge an Earth-grade spirit artifact. An Earth-grade spirit artifact was a wondrous item that even Fulfillment Realm and Fragmentation Realm martial practitioners desired. Even 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance had specifically spoken up for Mo Hai, telling the mobilizing forces below to secure Mo Hai's safety to the best of their ability. Mo Hai's reputation was just as well known in 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. He was a desired talent that both forces wanted to snatch for themselves, and the only person who all 5 forces couldn't touch. This also meant that even with the destruction of armament sect today, Mohai was destined to rise even higher and would be fought over by 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. He would become one of the most respectable artificers within 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. This was the treatment an excellent artificer would receive. That was why Yuan Tianya, Su Ziying, Shi Jingyun, and the others had no choice but to restrain their arrogance in front of Mohai. It was because they might need to beg Mohai for a favor someday. In the future, when Mohai worked for either 8 Extreme Temple or Profound Heaven Alliance, a single word from him might affect their entire fate and future. The reason Blood Shadow did not kill Feng Rong earlier was also because of Mohai. He did not want to offend Mohai and tear down his own path to request spirit artifacts for himself. Standing here today, do your words have any meaning at all? Mohai said indifferently. The crowd's expressions were ones of slight embarrassment. After a while, Liang Yangzhu led the conversation. Blood Shadow? What are you doing? Everyone looked at the body of Blood Shadow that had been dominated by Xue Li in unison. With his head lowered, Xue Li let out a strange chuckle and did not answer. The reason he was chuckling was because he could sense that Qin Lai had broken yet another seal. This caused him to grow happier by the moment. He was inching closer to the moment where his true body could escape that terrible prison. After being imprisoned in such a lightless place for so many years, he could finally regain his freedom today. Of course he was happy. What are you laughing about? Have you finished your business? Liang Yangzhu snorted coldly before questioning in a stern manner. He had a secret agreement with Blood Shadow. Xue Li raised his head. His scarlet as blood eyes focused on Liang Yangzhu's body, and he said, "More garbage. You secretly cultivated the spirit art of our blood fiend sect and didn't even realize that you have reached the state of fiendish rebound. How much human blood have you drunk recently? Do you feel upset, and does your realm feel unstable if you don't drink human blood every day now?" The moment he said this, Liang Yangzhu's entire body shook violently. He exclaimed with shock and terror, "Blood Shadow, what nonsense are you spouting? Drink human blood?" Xingran and the 3 great reverends matched each other's eyes. A jolt flashed through their minds as they pieced together the information, and they almost instantly realized that Liang Yangzhu had also cultivated the bloody spirit art from Blood Shadow. He had become just like Yu Hongji at the late stage where he needed to drink human blood in order to stabilize his realm. No wonder Liang Yangzhu and Blood Shadow had arrived first to ask for a high-rank secret cultivation art from the blood progenitor. He had the same problem as Blood Shadow. Xingran and the 3 great reverends had already figured it out. Drink human blood? Liang Yangzhu. Su Ziying's face paled as she subconsciously took 2 steps backwards. She looked at Liang Yangzhu as if she was watching a monster. Is what Blood Shadow is saying is true? Do you drink human blood every day now? Lu Li, Ling Yushi, Ling Xianxia, and other female martial practitioners were also shocked and terrified as they looked at Liang Yangzhu as if they saw naught but a monster. Even Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Yuan Tianya were in dismay as they looked somewhat fearfully at Liang Yangzhu. Yuan Tianya even asked directly, "Tower Lord Liang, are Blood Shadow's words true? Do those who cultivate Blood Spear's bloody spirit art need to continuously feed on human blood to keep their realm stabilized at the late stage?" Everyone's gaze on Liang Yangzhu became filled with disgust. In an instant, they all now viewed Liang Yangzhu as an abnormality. For the past 2 years, many brothers in Shadow Tower have died without a single drop of blood remaining on them. One of Liang Yangzhu's subordinates backed away from Liang Yangzhu, one step after another, with shivering lips and extreme fear. So that's why. That's how it all happened. The moment he retreated, nearly every Dark Shadow Tower martial practitioner lost the color on their faces and subconsciously backed away from Liang Yangzhu as well. Blood Shadow, what the hell are you doing? Liang Yangzhu had almost gone insane as he yelled angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hee hee. You know what I'm talking about on the inside." Xue Li's eyes were taunting him as he continued to scornfully lay more insults. At your current status, you have at most 3 years before you will lose your mind even if you suck human blood. Do you know what you will turn into 3 years later? Blood shadow, Liang Yangzhu exclaimed sternly. He finally couldn't control the irritation in his heart, and after a bloody light had flashed through his eyes, his shadow under the sun instantly turned into 3 blurry foreign figures that were like the shadows of demons and monsters. They suddenly charged forward, attacking Xueli with great madness. An eerie and bizarre aura leaked out from the 3 bloody shadow demons. These 3 foreign figures were about 10 meters long and dragged long tails with them. Although their appearances were blurry, they looked to be feral beasts from the nether realm. Heh! You want to kill me with just 3 shadow fiends formed from the souls of nether giant tail lizards. Xueli grinned wickedly before lifting a hand to catch the mad demonic shadows as they pounced onto him. The muscles of the left hand he raised abruptly contracted as if the essence of his flesh and skin had been completely sucked away. It was merely an instant, but his entire left arm had already completely shriveled up and turned into a withered claw. It looked like the arm of a skeleton. The fingertips of his 5 fingers were like 5 eerie, bone-white spurs that suddenly grew out like sharp blades. Xueli's claw-like left arm was dripping with blood, as if it was just scooped up from a pool of blood. The crowd looked incredibly frightened by it. His bone claw made a tearing motion in midair, but a moment later, terrible cries came from the 3 demonic shadows pouncing towards him. Under everyone's gaze, the so-called shadow fiends were torn into pieces like huge rag cloths. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Liang Yangzhu's heartbeat abruptly increased. Even Yuan Tianya, Su Ziying, Wu Tuo and Shi Jingyun could hear his rapid heartbeat clearly. You're not Blood Shadow. You can't be him. Liang Yangzhu pressed his chest as if he was suppressing something. Struggle appeared on his face. There is no way Blood Shadow can tear apart my shadow fiends. He did not have that kind of power yet. Stop controlling yourself. Let loose all of the blood fiend aura in your heart. Blood Shadow chuckled strangely and tempted Liang Yangzhu like a demon. My fresh blood is incredibly tasty. Don't you want to try them? Come to me. I will let you drink my blood. I will give you power. I will grant peace to your heart. Xueli chuckled continuously. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Liang Yangzhu's heartbeat was so loud that even a martial practitioner the level of Lu Li could hear it. You are not Blood Shadow. Liang Yangzhu pressed a hand against his chest like his life depended on it and cried out madly with a twisted face. You are the blood progenitor. You are the source of all bloody spirit arts. Yuan Tianya, Su Ziying, Wu Tuo, and Shi Jingyun noticed that something was wrong and lost the color on their faces when they heard his words. The very next moment, they all looked at Xueli. It was at this time that Qin Lai opened his eyes. He glanced at Xueli, then at Yuan Tianya and Liang Yangzhu before saying indifferently, Kill Liang Yangzhu and this man first. Then I will break open your last seal. He pointed at Yuan Tianya. Yuan Tianya's expression changed greatly. Xueli chuckled in a low tone and said, Sure. He slowly stood up. His originally rather meaty body swiftly began to shrivel up as he gradually stood up. In an extremely short amount of time, Blood Shadow's original body had been compressed into the form of a mummy. Its bizarre appearance caused everyone to feel a tingle on their heads at first glance. Thump, thump, thump. Liang Yangzhu's heartbeat grew faster and faster. Xueli looked at him as a demonic, bloody light flashed from the depths of his scarlet pupils. Blood arts. Explode. Bang. The second the words left Xueli's mouth, Liang Yangzhu's rapidly beating heart exploded. The madly erupting blood caused his body to burst open into smithereens. It took only an instant for his body to turn into a bloody mush, resulting in his death. He didn't even have a chance to truly unleash the bloody spirit art he had cultivated with painstaking effort. There is one more, Qin Lai said in a low tone again. Xueli grinned and turned towards Yuan Tianya. Like an old demon inspecting delicious prey, he let out a strange chuckle. If he wants you to die, then you have no choice but to die. In Qin Lai's mind, Yuan Tianya had always been his greatest enemy. The reason he didn't care to expose his identity was mainly to guard himself against Xianxia. Back at Icestone City, Xianxia was humiliated by Li Mu and lost a subordinate commander. Since he could not see through Li Mu's true realm, Xianxia had held himself back and endured it. After that, Xianxia sought out any news relating to Li Mu and him whenever possible. Xianxia's intentions to kill Li Mu and him had never faded. That was why he had no choice but to bury his name after entering Armament Sect. He did not dare to expose himself even in front of Ling Yusher. This was all because of the pressure exerted by Xianxia. The pressure was so strong that he did not dare to let himself go. Now that he had come to an agreement with Xueli, the first person he wanted to kill was Xianxia. Who exactly are you? Under Xueli's bloody gaze, Xianxia felt as if he was sitting on a carpet of needles. He almost instantly channeled every bit of energy in his body and took out the life-bound spirit artifact he cultivated. A pair of green feathered wings tore through the clothes behind Xianxia's back and appeared out of nowhere. The wings were about 1.5 meters long, and they were as wide as an eagle's. In addition, the numerous dark green feathers were forged from various special metals. The feathers were light but were as sharp as blades. It was a perfect match with Xianxia's spirit art. Cloud Zephyr Wings, a profound Grade 5 spirit artifact. Xianxia had bought it from overseas. After the Cloud Zephyr Wings had extended, Xianxia's body suddenly flew into the air. As he danced about lightly like a huge bird, a terrific wind had also risen as if coordinating with his agile flying in midair. Zing, zing, zing. Suddenly, a large portion of the dark green feathers turned into life-seeking blades that shot towards Xueli. The sharp blades formed from feathers had even combined into an awl-like shape in midair. Along with it, there were fierce winds blowing inside the awl until it started to faintly hurt everyone's eardrums. Xianxia also swooped down towards Xueli like an eagle right behind the thin, rain-like feathers. Xueli's body shrunk into a mummy. His skin was light gray with not a bit of luster to be seen. He appeared dead and lifeless. However, his pair of eyes shone with a terrific, bloody light. Lifting his head, Xueli chuckled nastily and said, "You've only managed to unleash the beauty of the spirit energy of the wind cloud art you're cultivating. However, your cloud art is far from developed." He suddenly looked towards the place where Liang Yangzu's body had exploded. The crowd had followed his gaze as well. "Blood art, materialization," Xueli exclaimed. Liang Yangzu's smelly, fresh blood that had splashed everywhere suddenly began to wriggle. On the plaza's stone ground, it was as if the droplets of blood had turned into innumerable round blood pearls that rolled at a rapid pace before merging into one. That scene was so bizarre that it caused cold chills to crawl up everyone's spines. The few droplets of blood that were splashed onto Wu Tuo and Shi Jingyun had also rolled down from their bodies and swiftly beneath their feet. It frightened those two so much that the color on their faces had quietly changed. In a very short period of time, the pools of blood formed after Liang Yangzu's death quickly writhed and formed into a person made of blood lying on the ground. Suddenly, the blood man began to stand up slowly. Quack, quack, quack. It was at this moment Xianxia's green feathers shot down from the sky and stabbed into Xueli's body like many sharp blades. Xueli had been turned into a porcupine, but there was not a single trace of pain in his eyes as he chuckled at the blood man and commanded, "Go!" The blood man's body twisted and actually began to take on the faint appearance of Liang Yangzu. Then, a pungent blood fiend aura was unleashed from it. The blood man turned into a bolt of bloody light and flew straight into the air, beginning its assault on Xianxia, who was dropping down from the sky. A ball of brilliant, bloody light exploded in front of Xianxia. As Xianxia groaned dully, the blood light abruptly changed into a large blood sword and slashed, aiming at Xianxia's neck. Xianxia's cloud zephyr wings flapped swiftly and circled around in midair. He seemed to be looking for an opportunity to kill Xueli's true body. However, as if the blood sword had a mind of its own, it chased after Xianxia endlessly without ever giving up. On the plaza, Shi Jingyun, Su Ziying, Wu Tuo, Lu Li, Ling Yusher, Ling Xianxian, Armament Sexing Xingran, and the three great reverends were all looking up at the sky. Countless shocked faces were colored blood red by the light of the blood sword in the sky. They actually looked a bit scary. Even with dark green feathers piercing every inch his body, Xueli never raised his head nor did he look at the sky. Instead, he turned to Qin Lai and asked, "Who else should I kill? That person on the sky isn't dead yet." Qin Lai commented sternly, "It is only a matter of time." Xueli appeared careless. "Within 2 hours, the blood slave I've awakened will be a level stronger than even before it died. Before that person had exploded and died, his strength was already comparable to that foe in the sky. The blood slave formed from all of his blood essence would definitely be able to kill that person before the spirit energy within the blood is exhausted." Shi Jingyun and the crowd's attention had originally been in the sky. When they heard Xueli asking who to kill next, their eyes turned cold as they quickly withdrew their gaze from Yuantianya and looked warily at Xueli. "In that case, that person in the sky is dead for sure?" Qin Lai asked. "Absolutely dead." Xueli chuckled strangely. Qin Lai nodded before turning his gaze to glance at Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Si Ziying. He began pondering in silence. "Qin Bing," Ing Xingran suddenly interrupted. Qin Lai turned his head to look at him. "They are different from Liang Yangzu and Yuan Tianya. As the Tower Lord of Shadow Tower, Liang Yangzu deserved to die after he had consumed human blood, whereas Yuan Tianya was not amiable with the Grand Hall Master and Second Hall Master. As Dark Azura Hall's First Hall Master, if he's dead, he's dead. It doesn't matter." Ing Xingran's expression was heavy as he explained, but Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, Su Ziying are truly respectable characters of Seven Fiends Valley, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea. If they die, then we must fight to the death against Seven Fiends Valley, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea. Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying were slightly surprised upon hearing Ing Xingran's words. They could not see through Xueli's realm and were still hesitating on the inside, wondering if they should take the plunge. The truth was that they were already thinking about retreating. They thought of reporting the situation to the higher-ups, so the higher-ups would send someone else to handle this. That was why they immediately grew somewhat relieved when they heard Ing Xingran's words. They all turned to look at Qin Lai. At this point, they understood that Qin Lai was the only one who could influence Xueli. Neither Ing Xingran nor the three great reverends could do it. They have already cleaned out Armament Sect and murdered countless Outer Sect foreign delegates and Bloodspear's men outside. It was obvious that they were planning to destroy Armament Sect. What else is there to worry about at this stage? Qin Lai asked doubtfully. This Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang said awkwardly. What he wanted to say was that the profound character they were relying upon hadn't answered them. And without that person's protection, how could Armament Sect possibly resist 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance? That was why they did not dare to eliminate everyone. They still hoped that there was a chance at reconciliation. Seeing Ing Xingran and the three great reverends' distressed looks, Qin Lai slowly understood their worries and difficulties. He suddenly looked at Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, Su Ziying, then glanced once at Xueli before closing his eyes. His mind consciousness slipped into the soul-suppressing orb and communicated with the other half of Xueli's soul. "Senior Xueli, how big of a problem can you help me resolve? Can you deal with 2 copper forces on your own? The difference between the 10 great realms, the Refinement Realm, Natal Opening Realm, Manifestation Realm, Nether Passage Realm, Fulfillment Realm, Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Imperishable Realm, Void Realm, and Genesis Realm, was unimaginable. According to the rank differentiation in Spirit Realm, the forces that reached Copper rank must have Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioners. It was possible that they had some Fragmentation Realm Martial Practitioners as well. If the 2 great forces, 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance, had sent out Fulfillment Realm or even Fragmentation Realm experts to destroy Armament Sect, then could Xueli possibly resist them? That was why he needed to clear this up before making an actual decision. Copper rank force? Are there any Fragmentation Realm Martial Practitioners assuming command? Xueli's soul questioned. "I don't know. There may be, there may not be," Qin Lai answered honestly. "If there are only Fulfillment Realm experts, then it isn't hard to deal with them with my current power. Xueli pondered for a moment before continuing his answer. If it were fragmentation realm martial practitioners, then in the past I wouldn't have been afraid either. However, the way I am now, it may be a little problematic. After being sealed for so many years, it takes more than a day or two for me to return to my previous strength. If you can regain your full strength? Qinlai asked again. If I recover 80% of my true strength, then I would not fear those of the fragmentation realm. Xueli was quiet for a moment before he replied again. But that will take at least 20 years. If I was able to use all kinds of pills and there is high-rank spirit blood for me to refine and fuse, then this time can be shortened to 10 years. Qinlai immediately withdrew his mind consciousness. Spurt! The sound of flesh being penetrated came from the sky. In response, the crowd raised their heads to look and found a blood sword stabbed into Yuan Tianya's stomach. It was only a palm-sized blood sword. However, that blood sword was sucking out blood madly like the mouth of a fearsome beast. All the blood in Yuan Tianya's body began pouring into the blood sword uncontrollably. Like a strange, blood-sucking beast, the sword continued fiercely drain every drop. Terrible cries came out of Yuan Tianya's mouth. His thick life force gradually left his body along with the mad outpour of his blood. Following it, the light in his eyes was swiftly dying out. Everyone could see that Yuan Tianya was slowly wilting away. It was likely that he was going to die any moment. Xueli did not exaggerate the power of his blood slave. Formed from Liang Yangzu's blood essence, it was able to kill Yuan Tianya even in the sky. It did not even need 2 hours. Very soon, Yuan Tianya's cries had stopped, and the Dark Azura Hall First Hall Master, who was the master of Icestone City, with a high chance of becoming Dark Azura Hall's Grand Hall Master in the future, was thrown down from the sky just like that. Before he even reached the ground, his life force was already completely gone. There was not a trace of light remaining in his eyes. The blood slave, who was supposed to exhaust all of its blood essence within 2 hours, actually gradually formed into the blurry appearance of Liang Yangzu after absorbing all of Yuan Tianya's blood. It stood beside Xueli as if awaiting its next order. "Kid, what do you want to do?" Xueli asked. Everyone suddenly looked at Qinlai. Qinlai paused for a moment before saying, "Every outsider who steps into Armament Sect today will not leave. Imprison them all." "You dare!" Su Ziying exclaimed. "Kid, you want to imprison all of us?" Wu Tuo chuckled, but his expression was slightly unfriendly. "Kid, we can release Armament Sect today, but if you dare to act recklessly, humph!" Shi Jingyun exclaimed coldly. "First Hall Master! First Hall Master!" Dark Azura Hall's commanders were mad with murder when they saw Yuan Tianya's death. Someone cried out, "As long as we combine our powers and kill that evil man, Armament Sect won't be able to resist at all." They stared at Xueli. However, Xueli chuckled strangely and instructed the Blood Man, "Kill them." The Blood Man, formed from Liang Yangzu's fresh blood, immediately charged towards the Dark Azura Hall subordinates and began a bloody slaughter. "Do you think that you can overturn Armament Sect's fate with just a single evil man?" Su Ziying frowned and said, "The plan to act against Armament Sect was the result of the 2 higher forces negotiations. Your fate was sealed long ago when they had decided their plans. You cannot change anything. Sect Master Ing, I implore you to stop resisting." Wu Tuo also said, "You cannot resist." Shi Jingyun exclaimed solemnly, "Who says that Armament Sect cannot change their fate?" It was at this moment that Xianxia's voice suddenly came from outside. Both 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance elevated themselves to where they are now from Black Iron forces one step at a time. 1,000 years ago, Scarlet Tide Continent did not even have a copper rank force. Our Armament Sect was founded 900 years ago, and at the time, 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance were only the same level as us. They were only Black Iron forces. Xianxia walked in from the outside while carrying a short spear, still covered in blood. As he approached, the pungent smell began to spread out. If it wasn't for the fact that Armament Sect had poured all their hearts into forging artifacts and wasn't too willing to spend an excessive amount of effort on the martial way, armament sect would have become a copper rank force a long time ago. The drops of blood on Xianxia's body were like red diamonds. These blood pearls formed from them simply stayed on the surface of his skin without falling. So what if it's the profound heaven alliance? What if it's a fulfillment realm martial practitioner? Xianxia exclaimed in a low tone and exclaimed, "Are they not mortal? Are they not beheaded by my hands?" A bloody head suddenly flew out from his spatial ring and was casually dumped at Shi Jingyun, Su Ziying, and Wu Tuo's feet. The bloody heads rolled and created a long line of blood before finally stopping beneath Su Ziying's feet. The eyes of the head was still opened wide with disbelief, and now it was looking directly into Su Ziying's eyes. "Lord! Lord Tushi!" Su Ziying lost control and screamed. Shi Jingyun and Wu Tuo screamed out as well. Tushi, an expert in the fulfillment realm, had come from 8 Extreme Temple to deal with the most problematic person, Xianxia. But now he had actually been killed by Xianxia, and his head was rolling on the ground. Xianxia's strength was deeply imprinted into everyone's minds. Even 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance were wary of him. When those two forces decided to act against Armament Sect, they understood that Xianxia would be a potential threat. They had to take care of Xianxia before they would have a good chance of being able to invade Armament Sect. Therefore, Xianxia was lured to where Blood Shadow, Liang Yangzhu, Di Shizhou, and Yuan Tianya were. Liang Yangzhu, Di Shizhou, and Yuan Tianya were going to team up and kill Xianxia together. But Xianxia actually broke free from the trap. After that, Di Shizhou pursued Xianxia to try to eliminate Xianxia. From Yuan Tianya and the others' point of view, with 8 extreme temples, Tushi and Di Shizhou, Xianxia was fated to die. But right now, Xianxia was standing in front of them covered in blood, and the head of Tushi, who they were counting on, was rolling on the ground right next to their feet. Tushi was in the early stage of the fulfillment realm, yet he had died such a horrific death even with Di Shizhou helping him. Just how strong was Xianxia? The 3 masterminds, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying, now had ugly expressions and became silent. So interesting. Haha. Interesting. Shueli, whose body was covered in green feathers, suddenly grinned at Xianxia with a pleased expression. Not bad, not bad. He is able to cultivate the incomplete blood spirit art to such a degree with such a heterogeneous mix of blood in his body, yet has not gone crazy and maintained his intelligence. Ha! Commendable! He didn't disguise his admiration of Xianxia at all. Xianxia's expression was dark, and he did not respond. Instead, he walked next to Xingran, bowed, and then said, "Greetings, Sect Master." "Good. As expected, you did not let us down, you've returned." Xingran exclaimed excitedly. Di Shizhou, Feng Rong inserted. Di Shizhou was heavily wounded and fled. As Xianxia spoke, the beads of blood on him slowly merged back into his body. Every time a bead of blood disappeared into his skin, a hint of blood would appear on Xianxia's face and the bloody light in his eyes would grow brighter. When Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying looked at him, they felt the pressure increase even further. At this time, the martial practitioners that had come from Dark Azura Hall were being crazily massacred by a bloodman. A massacre in which they had no power to fight back. Liang Yangzhu had secretly cultivated the blood spirit art for more than 3 decades and reached the late stage of the Nether Passage realm. In the last 2 years, he survived by drinking the blood of others and the level Yu Hongji's had reached in the past. Yu Hongji had been ghastly and inhuman at his peak. Even though he had started to drink human blood and eat human flesh, his combat strength was the strongest of everyone around. Xianxia, Fengyong, Xingran, and the 3 reverends had to use a slow-acting poison to corrode his body and mind in order to kill him, and they also had to mount a surprise attack when he was cultivating and unguarded. It was clear from this just how terrifying Yu Hongji had been at the time. The present Liang Yangzhu had reached the terrifying level that Yu Hongji had been at and cultivated the incomplete blood spirit art to a twisted extreme. The blood slave that was formed from his lifeblood essence could kill Yuan Tianya in a short period of time after being powered up by Shueli. One could only imagine the damage that it could do to Yuan Tianya's commanders. A streak of bloody light flew around those dark Azura Hall martial practitioners. Wherever the bloody light passed, the dark Azura Hall martial practitioners wailed and cried. Their blood was being pulled by what seemed to be a magnetic force which caused their bodies to explode. They could not stop their own blood from going crazy. As the martial practitioners exploded one after another, more fresh blood fell to the ground. That blood man swept over the bloody puddles and sucked up all the blood. Its bloody energy fluctuation did not decrease at all. Xueli laughed strangely. As long as the blood slave continuously consumes fresh blood, it can absorb power from the blood and lengthen its existence. He looked at Shi Jingyun and the others as he asked Qinlai, "Capture or kill?" "Lord Xianxia, what do you think?" Qinlai hesitated. "Capture alive, and demand a high price in exchange." Xia's expression was dark, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. "Our armament pavilions are spread out in the cities of the 5 major factions, and many of our people are there. Right now, they are being imprisoned. I need a few people alive to trade for the safety of our members." "Seize them," Qinlai announced. Xueli grinned widely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thick, long chains marked with blood suddenly shot out of the spirit pattern pillars behind Qinlai like bloody pythons. Those were the chains that were imprisoning Xueli's true body. 11 chains, dripping in blood, moved through the air. It caused the air everywhere to be filled with the terrifying and thick fiendish aura of blood. Armament City seemed to have been swallowed up by a bloody serpent. The blood fiend aura instantly covered the entire city and caused the sky to change color. It was as though the clear blue sky had been dyed dark red. Even the strong light of the sun was blocked by the bloody color, unable to pierce through. A restlessness, bloodthirsty, frenzied, and violent aura spread from the plaza into every corner of Armament City. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The thick blood-stained chains coiled around Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying like enormous serpents and tied them to the spirit pattern pillars. The moment the chains flew out, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying paled and realized the enormous difference in power between them and Xueli almost instantaneously. So they did not try to resist. "Leave Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying, you can kill everyone else," Xianxia said. Once the words came out, the trio that was tied to the spirit pattern pillars started to shout furiously. Lu Li, Ling Yushi, Ling Shenxian, Pang Feng, and the other people who came from the 5 factions had ashen faces as though they were seeing death just around the corner. "Xianxia." Ing Xingran's expression changed slightly. Luo Zhichang and the other 2 reverends also frowned. They didn't dare to be too harsh. They were still afraid of retaliation from 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. They have to pay a price. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, 16 blood knives, 7 great blood spears, 9 martial practitioners dressed in blood robes came out of the shadows. These 9 people were covered in blood, many of them without limbs, and had bloody holes in them that still had blood seeping out of them. Xianxia had personally picked the 16 blood knives and 7 great blood spears and had trained them personally. All of them had experienced blood and battle and were strong people who climbed out of piles of corpses. Yet there were only 6 of the 16 blood knives left and 3 of the 7 great blood spears remaining. In this battle, almost 70% of blood spear martial practitioners died. Xianxia stared hard at Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying with red eyes. Should they not pay a price? Ing Xingran was silent. The 3 great reverends sighed and shook their heads. They did not try to stop Xianxia anymore. "Kill! Kill these culprits!" Tong Jihua shouted angrily. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The remaining 6 blood blades and the 3 blood spears shouted together. A thick smell of blood came from the bodies of these 9. They approached Lu Li, Ling Yushi, and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. The thick chains that were from Xueli's actual body swam in the air and slithered on the ground like enormous pythons on the prowl in search of a new target. When the chains slithered near the 5 factions' martial practitioners, those people had white faces and did not dare to move. Xueli looked at Qinlai. "Kid, what do you think?" Qinlai's expression was dark. He looked at Lu Li, Ling Yushi, Ling Xianxian and Pang Feng. Pang Feng's face was dark. He stood as straight as a boulder, and when Qin Lai looked over, he chose to meet Qin Lai's gaze. He looked at Qin Lai and then looked at Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian. His gaze was very strange. Of everyone here, he was the only one who knew Qin Lai's true identity. He knew of the connection between Qin Lai and Ling Yushi, so he was very curious what Qin Lai would do. Because among the people that Xianxia wanted to kill, there was Qin Lai's former fiancé, the person Qin Lai loved. What will you do? Pang Feng thought inside. Kill or not? Xueli looked at Qin Lai and asked impatiently. The only opinion he cared about was Qin Lai's, because Qin Lai had imprisoned half of his soul. Little sis, I had not expected something like this to happen. I just wanted to come watch. Ling Yushi suddenly gripped Ling Xuanxuan's hand. The sisters' hands were trembling. They did not want to die. But this kind of situation was not something they could prevent. Here, in the eyes of Xianxia and the blood spear martial practitioners, they were just lambs to the slaughter. Sis, do you regret leaving Ling Town? Do you regret leaving Qin Lai? Ling Xianxian asked in a small voice. He was the one who sent us away. He said he would come find me, he promised me, but he didn't come. Ling Yushi's eyes turned red. She started to feel hopeless. I'm afraid that I cannot wait for him to find me. At this moment, she really felt regret. She regretted leaving Ling Town, regretted leaving Qin Lai. If she could return to 3 years ago, she would have not listened to Qin Lai. She would have persisted in staying with Qin Lai in Ling Town. He has already done enough for our Ling family, Ling Xianxian said serenely. Emin, I owe him this entire life. I had thought to slowly pay him back, but now, I probably won't have the chance. In the next life, I will repay what I owe him in my next life. Ling Yushi's expression was helpless. I don't care about anyone else, but I want these two sisters alive. At this time, Qin Lai suddenly pointed at Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian. He looked at Xianxia, looked at Ying Xingran, and looked at the 3 reverends and the 7 great elders. He looked at the martial practitioners brimming with killing intent and shouted, Whoever touches the sisters, no matter who he is, I want him killed on the spot. Everyone in the plaza changed expressions when those words came out. Even Shi Jingyun and the 2 others as well, as Ying Xingran's group, were shocked. The ones that wanted to kill Lu Li, Ling Yushi, Ling Xianxian was Xianxia and those who belonged to Bloodspear. Sect Master Ying Xingran and the 3 reverends had given their silent consent. This meant that all of Armament Sect had reached an agreement. Yet, as the major player, Qin Lai suddenly said this. Why did he do this? Many people were shocked but did not understand what Qin Lai was thinking. Only Pang Feng understood, but he did not say anything. Like a hard and stubborn rock, he was silent, but a light flashed through his eyes. Xueli didn't understand either, but he knew he had to listen to Qin Lai. He nodded and said simply, All right, I'll kill anyone that dares to attack these 2 girls. Everyone looked at Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian. They found that the 2 sisters suddenly shook, tears brimming in their eyes as they looked hard at Qin Lai. Everyone only assumed the 2 were crying in joy and were grateful to Qin Lai. What the others did not know was that the 2 had heard from Qin Lai's voice that had lost control in the end due to excitement and guessed his identity. Qin Bing was Qin Lai. Ling Yushi's vision grew blurry as tears gathered in her eyes. She just looked at Qin Lai, looking at his no longer unfamiliar face and at his extremely cold and decisive eyes. She watched as Qin Lai protected her once again. At this point, all of the confusion in her heart completely disappeared. At long last, she finally understood why she and her sister were able to receive preferential treatment from Armament Sect. She finally understood why this Qin Bing of Armament Sect was willing to supply all of the spirit materials without taking a single spirit stone, and why he insisted on forging artifacts for her and her sister. She finally understood why he wouldn't stop until he succeeded. She finally understood why Lu Li had been stopped outside the gate, and why Lu Li wasn't allowed to take even a single step into Armament Sect. She also now understood why she had constantly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when she had faced him. From the start, it had been the person she loved, her lover that she had dreamed of and searched so long for. It was the person who she had wanted to meet all this time. So he was actually Qin Lai. Ling Yushi pursed her lips, her fragrant shoulders trembling. Her beautiful, tear-filled eyes were both tightly fixated on Qin Lai. Ling Xuanxuan's body incessantly quivered as an intense glow emerged within her clear eyes as she too stared at Qin Lai. It's him again. It's him again, she thought in her mind. During their time in Ling Town, when their family suffered the persecution of Du Haitian, it was Qin Lai who had come forward during their time of distress and helped their Ling family escape from calamity. After her father and family members had been killed, it had been Qin Lai once again as he, unafraid of death, stepped onto the street and, under everyone's gazes, killed Du Haitian. He then even eliminated Du Fei, Du Jiaolon, and Du Heng, taking revenge that not even the two sisters would have been able to carry out. And today, as they were about to die, Qin Lai, who had mysteriously disappeared so long ago, was actually miraculously standing in front of them. Qin Lai just stood there in front of everyone, not afraid at all of inciting the displeasure of Armament Sect, as he protected their lives. As Ling Xianxia looked at Qin Lai, her eyes also gradually began to redden as tears started to fall from the corners of her eyes. The Ling family, it owes you so much, so much, silently thought Ling Xianxia. At the plaza, the blood spear martial practitioners who had originally desired to kill Lu Li, Ling Yushi, and their group immediately paused, their bodies becoming still as they didn't dare act rashly. Ying Xingran and the rest were also stunned. Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying were also baffled as they all subconsciously looked towards Qin Lai. They couldn't understand why he would act so perversely. The plaza had become completely silent in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Swish, swish, swish. Only the long, blood-speckled chains were left as they drifted around in the sky and on the ground, striking fear into everyone's minds. Qin Bing, why do you want them to live? Could it be that between you and them? Asked Sect Master Ying Xingran, breaking the moment of silence. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his eyes were full of confusion. He believed that Qin Lai had set his sights on the two sisters, and that Qin Lai was going to lock them up to vent his anger on them with obscene intentions in mind. There were several others who had the same thoughts. For example, Wu Tuo, Su Ziying, and Shi Jingyun. Upon realizing the meaning in Ying Xingran's words, Shi Jingyun's face immediately became frosty as he sternly shouted, "Brat! If you dare do anything reckless to Yushi and Xianxia, the forces of Seven Fiends Valley won't stop until you die." As he said those words, all of the gazes towards Qin Lai suddenly became weird. Even the expressions of the blood spear practitioners, Tong Jihua's people as well as Xianxia, sunk. Just so that he could indulge in his selfish desires, so that he could fulfill his evil desires, he was willing to ignore the great losses of the sect and not take revenge for the sect. Furthermore, he was even willing to impede their revenge. The expressions of many of the armament sect members all became ugly as their gazes towards Qin Lai gradually became filled with traces of coldness. Qin Bing, must you insist on protecting their lives? Are you actually going to ignore the hatred and animosity of the sect? Xia's face was solemn as he walked out from beside Ying Xingran and moved closer to Qin Lai. Blood Spear has lost a great deal, and even more outer sect foreign delegates have died. Many outer sect disciples also tragically died within the city. As for you, even though you are the future sect master, you actually don't care about the losses and only care for your own selfish desires. Are you actually going to clash with the sect? Armament sect had indeed suffered heavy losses. During this war, the outer sect had suffered a great number of casualties amongst its foreign delegates, elders, and disciples. Blood Spear had also lost a great number of practitioners. Xianxia wanted the enemy to pay a great price. He wanted to take the fresh blood of all of the young generations and retinues of the five forces to pay homage to the deceased. It was completely understandable. At this time, even Ying Xingran and the three great reverends, who were originally not willing to truly offend Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple, all silently agreed. Did Qin Lai have to have an opposing opinion? Xianxia was unable to accept it. If I didn't care about the sect, Armament sect wouldn't have survived till you returned. Silently thought Qin Lai for a moment. Then, he coldly said, if I didn't care for the sect, I wouldn't have returned. If I didn't care for the sect master and the three great reverends would have died long ago. If I didn't care for the sect, Liang Yangzhu and Yuan Tianya wouldn't have died. As he turned to Xianxia and the sect master, as well as the three great reverends and the practitioners of Bloodspear, he continued, what I have done is even more than what you have, Xianxia. The reason that armament sect still hasn't been exterminated is not due to you, Xianxia, but because of me. As he made his remark, profound expressions emerged atop the faces of everyone within the plaza. Even Ying Xingran and the three great reverends, along with the elders and disciples of the inner and outer sects, were all silenced. At this time, their gazes, which had looked at Qin Lai so perversely before, all gradually returned back to normal. Indeed, the person who had allowed armament sect to stand until now wasn't Xianxia, but Qin Lai. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would observe that Xueli only listened to Qin Lai. If not for Qin Lai's orders, Xueli wouldn't have killed Blood Shadow, Liang Yangzhu, or Yuan Tianya. If Blood Shadow hadn't died, Ying Xingran and the three great reverends would have already been turned into corpses, and the blood flowing atop the plaza would have long since become a river. The ones who died should have been the people of armament sect, but now it was different. Instead, the ones who were dying were the practitioners of the five great forces. This was entirely due to Qin Lai. You could have done better. Xianxia was silent for a very long time, but didn't deny that Qin Lai had done a lot for the sect. Finally, he said, you are the future sect master. For the sect, you could have done a lot more. If you can put down your selfish desires, our brothers who have died will be able to rest more peacefully down below. To be honest, I am not quite enticed by the position of sect master of armament sect. Qin Lai furrowed his brows. Under the intense stares of everyone in the plaza, he reached out with one of his hands and touched his left cheek. Afterwards, he suddenly pulling off a beautiful, skin-like mask. A delicate, handsome face which was unfamiliar to the vast majority of the people atop the plaza unexpectedly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One which was also reflected into their minds. I am Qin Lai. He looked calmly at everyone within the plaza. Qin Lai. A shrill cry suddenly pierced through the empty air. The cry's origin was Lu Li. At this moment, upon seeing Qin Lai after he removed his mask, Lu Li, whose expression had been indifferent even at the time when her death seemed imminent, had actually begun involuntarily screaming. Qin Lai. Ice Stone City's Qin Lai. The Qin Lai who killed Du Haitian. It's actually Qin Lai. It's actually him. Heavens. To think that it was Qin Lai. No wonder he wants to protect the Ling family sisters. So that's why. At the plaza, it was as if everyone had been placed into a deep frying pan as each and every one of them began to shout out in shock. They all looked at Qin Lai, utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, Qin Lai's perverse intentions suddenly became clear. Everyone instantly understood. Even Xianxia, upon recovering from shock, was no longer acting aggressively as he nodded and said, I no longer have any complaints. This is how it should be. All of the armament sect's members inwardly nodded as the doubts within their minds were all completely cleared. To protect one's own fiancé, to protect one's loved ones, who could say anything about that? Thus, all of the people of armament sect calmly accepted this matter. Everyone except one person, Tang Siki. Tang Siki stood below one of the spirit pattern pillars. From the moment Qin Lai had made his request to protect Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian, her eyes had become dejected, as if she had become incomparably lonely. As for now, after Qin Lai revealed his true identity, her beautiful face had begun to show an even deeper sadness and helplessness. In addition, her eyes were filled with bitterness. So you already had someone you loved all this time. Your reason for coming to armament sect really had nothing to do with me at all. To think that it was always me misunderstanding you. It was me making something out of nothing this entire time. Within the group of people, Tang Siki was still enticingly beautiful, and her figure was still as sexy and attractive as before. She normally would have been the focus of everyone. And indeed, she was still the most eye-catching girl atop the plaza. However, at this moment, standing in the midst of all of the armament sect practitioners, she seemed sad, lonely, and helpless. She looked like someone who had been abandoned within the vast emptiness of the wild. Sect Master, I don't feel so good, so I'm going to return to the mountain first. After standing there for a while, she suddenly felt an intolerable sourness within her heart and discovered that she no longer had the courage to stay here for even another moment. Tossing out this one sentence, she hurriedly turned around and left. Sigh. The nearby Feng Rong sighed, shaking her head. She didn't know what to say. Qin Lai? Ing Xingran ignored Tang Siki's departure, and after thinking for a while, deeply stared in Qin Lai's direction, saying, half a year prior, I said that armament sect didn't care about your identity or origin, and that as long as you were willing to remain at armament sect, the sect would do everything it could to develop you. Right now, let me ask you again, are you willing to stay at armament sect? Are you willing to bear the appropriate responsibilities as a disciple of armament sect? If I didn't, then I would not still be here during the sect's crisis. Qin Lai calmly said, if I didn't, I would be outside somewhere like Yiyuan, Pangfeng, and Ouyang Jingjing. Ing Xingran's body convulsed as he energetically nodded and said, good! With your words, no matter your past, you are still a member of our armament sect, shouted Luo Zichang. As Luo Zichang's remark fell, Qin Lai suddenly chuckled. This was the first time he had laughed while in Armament City. He no longer had to deliberately use frost arts to protect his Qin Bing persona and thus was able to be himself again. Since he no longer had to hide, he was finally able to return to his normal self. We will not touch Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia. As for the rest, can we kill them now? Xianxia once again looked towards Qin Lai. This time, Qin Lai grinned and nodded his head. Thus, Xianxia waved his hand. Kill! Qin Lai, I beg you to find a means to let senior sister Lu live. Suddenly pleaded Ling Yushi. Shut up. I don't want him to spare my life, coldly shouted Lu Li. Qin Lai, during my time at Dark Fiend Valley, senior sister Lu constantly looked after us. She treated us very well, please. Also begged Ling Xianxia. Qin Lai furrowed his brows. At this time, Xianxia, seemingly understanding the situation or perhaps understanding Qin Lai's predicament, took initiative and said, Lu Li can live. Afterwards, the 9 experts of Blood Spear, along with even more Blood Spear practitioners Tong Jihua and the Outer Sect elders, as well as Xianxia himself, all made their moves as they hunted down and killed all of the people of the 5 now leaderless forces. Liang Yangzhu and Yuan Tianya were eliminated. Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying were chained to the spirit pattern pillars. All the leaders of the 5 factions that entered Armament City had terrible outcomes. Without the leaders present, Shueli did not need to act. Just Blood Spear and Xianxia, as well the Bloodman formed from Liang Yangzhu's lifeblood essence, was enough to dominate them all. On the spirit pattern pillar plaza at the base of Flame Volcano, threads of fire crisscrossed as whales rose into the sky and living bodies became corpses. We need Pang Feng alive, Ing Xingran shouted. Xianxia nodded in affirmation. Shueli sat down under a spirit pattern pillar. His original body did not manipulate the chains nor pursue the people from the 5 forces in the plaza. He looked at Qin Lai and said, the last seal. Qin Lai thought for a while and then waved his hand at Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia to motion for them to come over. Senior sister Lu, Ling Xianxia said lightly. Lu Li stood in the middle of the crowd. She watched as the martial practitioners from 7 Fiends Valley die as they were massacred by blood knives, with weakness spreading to every inch of her body. Even though those people were not from Dark Fiend Valley, Lu Li still couldn't accept watching them die before her. So Lu Li raised her sword. Rest! Tong Jihua shouted coldly. He threw out a blue circle of light with his left hand, covering Lu Li with layers of light. With this, Lu Li became unable to move at all. You can take her away. Tong Jihua glanced at Ling Xianxia. Ling Xuanxuan's expression shook. She and Ling Yushi hurriedly supported Lu Li and dragged her out of the battlefield. Under the strange gazes of everyone around, the sisters carried the restrained Lu Li to Qin Lai's side. The coldness on Qin Lai's face disappeared. His expression became extremely complex, looking at the two sisters and saying, "It's been almost 4 years." Qin Lai. Ling Yushi could only somewhat rein in her emotions. Her tears flowed, and she wanted to throw herself into Qin Lai's arms. But she could only suppress the urge with everyone else's watchful eyes. "It is really good to see you again," Ling Xianxia murmured. "It's best if you kill me." Lu Li's body was restrained, but her tone was still cold, just like her eyes. Qin Lai's brow creased. He looked at Lu Li, and after a moment of silence he said, "4 years ago at Ling Town, you urged me to forget Yushi. You said from that day forward, she and I would be people of 2 different worlds. That year, I wasn't even qualified to meet your master, and she never even stepped out of the carriage nor noticed such a small character like me." Lu Li snorted coldly. "That year, I said that you and your master do not qualify to decide our matter. I said you do not have the qualifications." Qin Lai's eyes narrowed as he said lightly, "What you rely on is the power of others." Lu Li argued, "Power of others?" Qin Lai faintly smiled and calmly said, "You dare to step into Armament Sect today, was what you relied on not the power of a valley of 7 Fiends Valley? Would you dare to act against Armament Sect without the power of others? Dare to come here without the instruction of Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple?" Lu Li was unable to come up with an answer. "Your master will come and beg before me. I want her to personally come to Armament Sect. I want her to come beg for me to let you leave Armament Sect. Beg me to spare Shi Jingyun's life." Qin Lai grinned. "Do you think she will come? Do you think she will beg me for that?" Lu Li's expression became extremely ugly. Before Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia spoke, Qin Lai suddenly closed his eyes and said, "I still need to do something." He gathered his mind consciousness and once again entered the world inside the spirit pattern pillars to break the last seal. On the plaza, Xianxia led Bloodspear and the martial practitioners of the outer sect to kill the 5 forces retinue. There wasn't a large number of people that really stepped into the doors of Armament Sect. The only ones that did were just Liang Yangzu, Yuan Tianya, Su Ziying, Wu Tuo, and Shi Jingyun's closest subordinates or juniors from the sect that had special identities. These people, after having lost their 5 leaders, were unable to stand up to Xianxia and Bloodspear. They continued to fall, and wails rang out of the plaza while corpses piled up, one after another. Outside of Armament Sect, on top of a tower, Yuan jumped up high and gazed at the base of Flame Volcano. He could see blurry figures, could the streaks of blood, and guessed the situation within the plaza. Especially half an hour ago when a bloody and fiendish aura suddenly exploded. Yuan's heart shuddered when he felt it. He didn't know the details of the situation, but he knew something had dramatically changed inside Armament Sect. He knew that the 5 forces had been defeated. Therefore, Yuan became silent for a long time, so silent that Lian Ro felt uncomfortable. Before, Yuan had always been full of words when he faced her. The words would just spew out, greatly irritating her. Now, however, him being silent to such an extent was just so awkward for her. He had tied her up with a silver rope, so she didn't know what was happening in Armament Sect nearby. A long while later, Yuan suddenly untied her, and under her puzzled gaze he said, "You can return to the sect now." Lian Ro was shocked. "Why are you suddenly letting me go?" Yuan bitterly smiled and explained, "Because the situation has changed. Starting now, you should be safe, and I will possibly be hunted down by Armament Sect." As soon as those words were spoken, he jumped off the tower and headed off. As he moved, he said, "Forgive my nonsense. Everything I did was for you to live. Now though I am leaving, I need to return to Purple Mist Sea. Please remember me, even if it is only because you hate me. Please remember." Gradually, Yuan's figure faded into the distance. The moment he recognized the situation had changed, he adjusted himself and decisively made the wisest choice. He needed to quickly leave Armament City before Bloodspear retook the city. He needed to prioritize his own life. Left on the tower by herself, Lian Ro was in a daze as she stared at Yi Yuan's figurine growing further and further away. She felt conflicted, considering what Yi Yuan had done. She wanted to hate him, but for some reason, she just couldn't bring herself to. Armament sect's danger has been resolved? Is it as Yi Yuan says? A long time later, Lian Ro silently descended the tower and walked to Armament sect. Dark Azura Hall, Seven Fiends Valley, Dark Shadow Tower, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea had all sent their experts to deal with Armament sect together. How did the sect overturn such a situation? Lian Ro didn't dare believe it. On the plaza, corpses could be seen lying in every direction. Those people were from the Five Forces and were the subordinates and closest confidants of Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying. And those three were chained to the spirit pattern pillars. They could only watch as their subordinates were killed, sprouting a deep fire within their eyes. There are still many people from the Five Forces in Armament City. Those people need to be killed as well. Feng Rong gritted out. Xianxia nodded and said with a dark expression, "I will take care of it now." He turned to Qin Lai. At this time, Qin Lai's eyes were closed as he was helping Xueli break through the final seal. Xianxia froze and then looked at Xueli. He asked with a creased brow, "Is there going to be problem here?" Xueli snickered. He snuck a look at Qin Lai and said, "He said there is no problem, so there is no problem." So Xianxia said nothing more. Instead, he held his blood spear as he started to walk to the gates of the sect. The remaining blood spear martial practitioners silently followed behind him without a word, brimming with murderous intent. A short while later, Xianxia came to the gate of the sect and saw Lian Ro. Lian Ro was slightly shocked and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Lord Xianxia." Xianxia nodded indifferently. "How come you are here?" Lian Ro gave a brief narration of her encounter and then asked, "The sect? Is the sect all right?" "It is fine, you can go in." Xianxia walked past Lian Ro with a creased brow and then ordered, "Put everything into our counterattack. If you find that boy called Yi Yuan, do not kill him immediately. I want him alive." To save Lian Ro, Yi Yuan betrayed Armament sect, took him, Feng Rong, and Qin Lai into a place of certain death and almost killed them all. He would not spare Yi Yuan. When Lian Ro heard the anger within Xia's voice, her heart sank. She strangely started to worry for Yi Yuan and silently prayed that he could quickly leave Armament City and avoid being captured by Bloodspear. At this time, a vicious and terrifying omnipresent aura suddenly could be felt from within Armament sect. The fiendish, bloody aura instantly spread to cover even the outermost corners of Armament sect. Everyone who could sense it found it difficult to breathe and found their souls had started to tremble. A crazy and strange laughter came from the bottom of Flame Volcano. Along with the thick, bloody and fiendish aura, this laughter echoed all throughout Armament City. A figure as thin as an old corpse suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the plaza. This was Xueli's true body, messy grayish-white hair that reached his waist. A body so skinny it was practically skin and bones, pale white skin, and eyes as scarlet as blood. The moment this old demon appeared, a bloody aura almost instantly covered all of Armament City. At this instant, every Armament sect martial practitioner shuddered on the inside. They all detected a powerful evil aura circulating above Armament City, causing them to feel terror in their very souls. The 12 bloody chains abruptly erupted in a frenzy and twisted rapidly on the plaza when his true body had escaped. The roots of every single chain were connected to Xueli's skinny body. In addition to being extremely thick and long, they were all also as thick as his waist, but the part that connected them to his body appeared thin and narrow, almost like a snake's tail entangled around his bones. As he laughed in an evil fashion, all the chains other than the one shackling Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Jin actually disappeared into Xueli's body. In the blink of an eye, the chains disappeared. However, Xueli's shriveled body still did not grow any bigger. He looked the body of Blood Shadow which he had dominated and the Blood Man formed from Liang Yangzu's lifeblood essence. Suddenly, He made a grabbing motion towards the distance. Blood Shadow and the Blood Man instantly fell beneath his feet like two bolts of bloody light. They knelt before him in unison. He. Shweli laughed strangely before pressing one hand each on Blood Shadow's corpse and the Blood Man's head. A terrific wave of energy that caused everyone to feel irritated, as if their blood was boiling, had spread out from Shweli's palms. Under the crowd's gaze, Blood Shadow's corpse and that Blood Man began shriveling up at a visible rate. The wisps of crimson blood energy swiftly seeped into Shweli's palms. Before long, the Blood Man was the first to evaporate into blood vapor. The filth mingled within the blood vapor, and the little lifeblood essence remaining was all refined by Shweli. As if it had decomposed over thousands of years, Blood Shadow's corpse turned into a grayish-brown skeleton and dissolved into bone dust the moment the mountain winds blew through the area. On the other hand, after absorbing Blood Shadow's corpse and the lifeblood essence of the Blood Man, Shweli's waist-long, grayish-white hair gradually turned grayish-brown and gained a hint of luster. A hint of redness was also added to his pale white skin, while the bloody light in his eyes grew more frightening by the second. It was very obvious that, with the destruction of Blood Shadow and the Blood Man, he had gained quite a bit and replenished his own flesh, blood, and energy. All of this was seen by everyone, and from it, deep fear spawned within them. The faces of Ing Xingran, the three great reverends, and the outer sect elders turned incredibly unnatural, subconsciously pulling away from Shweli in response. Even the three Nether Passage experts shackled by the spirit pattern pillars who had experienced many large-scale events, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Jian, also turned slightly pale as their eyes shone with deep-seated fear. At the same time, Shweli turned around and looked at the trio. He licked the corner of his mouth like a feral beast that had just finished its meal. Suddenly, he said longingly, "The taste of your lifeblood essence should be pretty good as well. Old demon, just kill us if you want to. If you dare suck our lifeblood essence, then even as ghosts we would hound you." Su Jin lost her usual elegance and nearly screamed at the top of her lungs. Fear and disgust was written all over her face. Even the cool Lu Li had turned quiet at this moment. She felt nervous from the bottom of her heart. There wasn't anyone who wasn't afraid of a demonic-level character like Shweli. No one wanted to have their lifeblood essence sucked dry by Shweli. No one wanted to experience the same downfall that had befallen Blood Shadow and Liang Yangzu. The only one who wasn't afraid was Qin Lai. Qin Lai opened his eyes and said with slight tiredness, "Senior Shweli, maybe you should stay at the back of the mountain?" Shweli chuckled and looked in the direction of Blood Spear's area at the back of the mountain. He nodded and said, I've always enjoyed places with blood pools. Heh. I did not expect that the incomplete blood spirit art I threw out carelessly would actually create a blood fiend sect in this place." Once finished, Shweli turned into a wisp of bloody light and instantly vanished from the plaza. The moment he left, everyone let out a sigh of relief. All the numerous, pale faces slowly regained their color. "Qin Bing, no wait, Qin Lai?" Luo Zhichang recovered and asked with a serious expression, "Where did this man come from? What is your relationship with him?" The sect master Ing Xingran and the remaining two reverends looked over as well. He was sealed inside the 12th spirit pattern pillar. Under Ing Xingran's signal, Qin Lai retreated to a place at the back, where the outsiders would not be able to hear them, before explaining everything. The time this old demon spent inside the spirit pattern pillar is probably even longer than the existence of Armament Sect. Once he finished explaining, Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang's expression turned incredibly heavy. "He is most definitely not someone from our Scarlet Tide continent." Luo Zhichang's expression was bitter. "An old, blood-sucking demon is now going to stay in our armament sect just like that. Aren't we just giving 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance more weaknesses to take advantage of?" Jiang Hao asked with great worry. "Even without him, would 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance have given us mercy?" Qin Lai frowned. "Without him, Armament Sect would have fallen by now. All of you would have been eliminated by Blood Shadow." The crowd was silent. Qin Lai knew that Ing Xingran and the three great reverends would find it very difficult to accept such an old, bloody demon like Xueli. They couldn't even accept Yu Hongji. We'll discuss whatever's in the future later. But right now, we need to depend on his power. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to deal with the 5 great forces, much less profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. Am I wrong? Qin Lai said seriously. Ing Xingran and the 3 great reverends weren't stupid. They knew that even if they could not accept Xueli from a moral standpoint, intellectually, they knew they must not act simply in accordance to their own preferences. Therefore, they all nodded and acknowledged, for now at least, Xueli's existence. Sigh. Let's take one step at a time, Luo Zhichang sighed. Outside Armament City at Tiger Jump Hill, there were many camps scattered with unicorns and profound nether beasts beside them. This group was Dark Azura Hall's reserve force. On 2 of the profound nether beasts, Xie Jingxian dressed in white clothes while Liang Zhong sat quietly and looked at Armament City from afar. I wonder what's going on in the city, Xie Jingxian spoke to herself. I sent the ghost birds to scout ahead. There should be news before long. Liang Zhong frowned and said, if there are no surprises, then Armament Sect should have fallen by now. Sect Master Ing Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 great inner sect elders should all be imprisoned at this moment. Xie Jingxian nodded lightly. A brawny man who was luxuriously dressed walked over from the side. Tu Mo, Tu Zhe, Zhuqian, and the others followed behind him. This was the 2nd Hall Master of Dark Azura Hall, Chao Xuanrui. His relationship with Yuan Tianya had always been hostile in Dark Azura Hall, and he was also a strong contender for the position of Grand Hall Master. Yuan Tianya was in the limelight previously in the battle against the spirit beasts at the Arctic mountain range. He had gathered an extremely powerful force and taken Ice Stone City for himself. This caused profound Heaven Alliance to be rather satisfied. This was also why Yuan Tianya was allowed to take charge in this operation against Armament Sect. The ones who broke into Armament Sect first would be able to acquire all sorts of precious spirit materials and high-rank spirit artifacts from Armament Sect. Who wouldn't covet this opportunity? Miss Xie, I heard that the higher-ups had also arranged for some men to come over. I heard that those men are from the Xie family? Chao Xuanrui walked forward, looked at Xie Jingxian, and asked somewhat cautiously, may I know where that lord is right now? I am not too sure myself. Xie Jingxuan's tone was a little indifferent. 8 Extreme Temple had sent Tu Shi, and Profound Heaven Alliance had sent a Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner as well. According to the information Chao Xuanrui had acquired, it seemed that this person came from the Xie family. Profound Heaven Alliance was composed by 3 great families. All 3 great families had Fulfillment Realm experts, and they took turns, competing to be the Alliance chief. The Xie family was one such family in Profound Heaven Alliance. This was also why either Yuan Tianya or the current Chao Xuanrui would act so cautiously in front of Xie Jingxian. Because Xie Jingxian had been assigned to Dark Azura Hall to sharpen herself by the Xie family. They wished that Xie Jingxian would slowly rise through the ranks and accumulate power and the experience in managing subordinates in combat. Lady Xie, has any news about Qin Lai come in? Zhuqian, who had followed along with Chao Xuanrui, hesitated for a moment before asking in a sudden and forced manner. A commander beside Chao Xuanrui couldn't help but shoot a glare at Zhuqian. He looked somewhat similar to Zhuqian, and he seemed to be reprimanding her for such a pointless interruption. He was Zhuqian's father, Zhuduo, and just like Tu Shixiang, he was a subordinate commander under Chao Xuanrui. No, Xie Jingxian looked at Zhuqian and paused for a moment before starting off again. Ever since he walked out of Ice Stone City, he dropped off the face of Spirit Realm. Not even Yuan Tianya could find him despite spending a great deal of time searching for him. I have also been searching around for his whereabouts, but I failed to even find a lead. Both Tu Zhe and Zhuqian's eyes dimmed when they heard Xie Jingxuan's words. The ghost birds are back. Liang Zhong suddenly looked up into the sky. A multitude of tiny, black dots gradually appeared and become clearer, showing the appearance of a man-faced bird. The ghost bird fell on Liang Zhong's shoulders and cried an unpleasant sound, seemingly telling Liang Zhong something. Liang Zhong's originally calm expression abruptly turned serious. and it was turning uglier with every passing moment. Noticing the great change in his expression, the crowd looked deeply at him and waited for him to speak. A massive change has happened in Armament City. Right now, Bloodspear's martial practitioners are hunting down all the martial practitioners of the 5 forces inside the city. Liang Zhong exclaimed in a low tone. The crowd was shocked. How is this possible? Zhuo Qian cried out. Just this morning, it was the martial practitioners of the 5 great forces combining their strength to clean up Armament City. And now, the sky isn't even dark yet. What happened for it to turn out this way? Second Hall Master Chao Xuanrui's expression also changed greatly. Liang Zhong ignored Zhuo Qian and Chao Xuanrui and continued to listen. Before long, Liang Zhong's expression grew uglier and uglier. He suddenly sucked in a deep breath and said with shivering lips, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Jin have been shackled to the spirit pattern pillar at Armament Sex Plaza. Liang Yangzhu and Yuan Tianya are not among them. Corpses littered the stone ground of the plaza, and they are all men from our 5 forces. The moment the words came out, everyone's faces turned ashen. A huge upheaval has happened in Armament Sect. Something terrible has happened. Our people are getting slaughtered. Outside the city, in the many villages, tall hills and forests. Right now, there were cries coming from every one of these regions. The 5 great forces, Dark Azura Hall, 7 Fiends Valley, Dark Shadow Tower, Purple Mist Sea, and Cloud Sky Mountain, had sent their backup martial practitioners, and these people were scattered outside Armament City ready to support those inside. Right now, through their own respective communication channels, they had learned that the situation inside Armament City had gone beyond their expectations. There were many people who gradually lost their patience, grouped up and quietly headed for Armament City. They wanted to figure out exactly what happened, what managed to deal the 5 great forces a defeat. Xia Jingxian, Liang Zhong, and Second Hall Master Chao Xuanrui also rushed towards Armament City, hoping to stabilize the situation inside the city as much as they could. Miss Xia, if that person of the Xia family is still around, then please contact them as soon as possible. Chao Xuanrui's expression was solemn as he sat on top of the profound nether beast. Lang Xie is inside the city, so this means that Liang Yangzhu and the others have failed. Lord Tu Shi and Di Shurjiu have also gone missing. An accident must have occurred. Liang Zhong's expression was dark. Tu Shi is the fulfillment realm expert sent by 8 Extreme Temple. Who in Armament Sect could have caused him to go missing? Lang Xie is very powerful. There was a time when I tried to probe his true strength, and as a result, before I could even start, I had nearly lost myself to his fiendish blood aura. Chao Xuanrui said unnaturally. Xia Jingxian and Liang Zhong stared at him in surprise. Tu Mo, Tu Zhe, and Zhuo Qian also wore looks of surprise. Milord, you have fought against Lang Xie before? Zhuo Qian exclaimed lightly. Chao Xuanrui smiled bitterly. It wasn't really a fight. It was just me testing out his strength a bit. I am sure that Lang Xie's true power exceeds that of the Grand Hall Master and Cloud Sky Mountain's Mountain Master. There should not be anyone in the nearby forces who can match up to Lang Xie. Perhaps even Lord Tu Shi may not necessarily be able to beat him for sure. Xie Jingxuan's eyes shone with a strange light as she pondered for a bit. Suddenly, she pulled down the diamond-shaped accessory around her neck and pressed a white finger against it. A sweet and clear ringing sound came out from inside the diamond-shaped accessory. Xia Jingxian used her mind to listen to it. Jingxian, come to the forest east of Armament City. A deep and low male voice rang out very clearly from the diamond-shaped accessory. We go to the city's eastern forest. Xia Jingxian withdrew the diamond-shaped accessory again. Then, she slapped the profound nether beast beneath her, and it swiftly rushed out. Milord. Zhuo Qian turned to Chao Xuanrui. Follow her. Chao Xuanrui softly exclaimed. Under the evening light, the group from Dark Azura Hall, riding on profound nether beasts and unicorns, swiftly ran towards the forest to the east of the city. An hour later, Xia Jingxian and Liang Zhong were the first to arrive at the forest. Second uncle? Where are you? Jingxian, come over here. a person greeted from inside the forest. Before long, Xianxia and Liangzhong had arrived at where the source of the voice was. There, they saw a handsome-looking, middle-aged man wearing a long blue robe. It was obvious that there were traces of intense battle at this place. Numerous ancient trees had been broken, and the leaves were like grass covering the ground. In addition, a great number of the leaves were tainted with blood. A headless body lay right beneath the middle-aged man's feet. He looked at the body beneath him and said, "This is Tu Shi." Tu Shi? 8 extreme temples Tu Shi. Liang Zhong exclaimed. Xie Jingshuan's expression turned slightly. Second uncle? Who killed Tu Shi? Who else? In armament sect, who else but Lang Xie could kill Tu Shi? Xie Zhizhang countered. Lang Xie? Lang Xie should only be at the late stage of the Nether Passage realm. Liang Zhong was stunned. It may not be easy to take down someone beyond one's realm, but it is not impossible. Lang Xie may only be at the late stage of the Nether Passage realm, but the spirit art he cultivates is incredibly terrifying. Moreover, the spirit artifacts he owns are also of high grade, not to mention that Lang Xie values the tempering of one's corporeal body greatly. The toughness of his body far exceeds that of an ordinary Nether Passage realm martial practitioner's. Xie Zhizhang's tone was calm and his expression serious. He has all the requirements needed to challenge someone beyond his realm. Xie Jingxian and Liang Zhong turned quiet. Armament sect is truly not one to be underestimated. If they had a few more decades, it may be even harder for Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple to deal with them than it is now. Once finished, he began walking slowly towards Armament City, as if he was going on his way normally. But in Xie Jingxian and Liang Zhong's eyes, his figure quickly turned blurry and unclear. After Xie Zhizhang left, Chao Xuanrui and the experts from Dark Azura Hall finally caught up. "Whose corpse is this?" Chao Xuanrui exclaimed. "Tu Shi's." Xie Jingxian threw down the name before driving the profound nether beast to chase after Xie Zhizhang's footsteps. "Tu Shi. It's actually Tu Shi." Chao Xuanrui's expression grew visibly agitated as he immediately ordered. "Notify all the forces and say that Tu Shi from 8 Extreme Temple has been beheaded. Have them all be careful. As you wish." Armament sect. Halfway up Flame Volcano, Qin Lai and Ling Yushi stood on a cliff, facing the sunset. The remnants of light filled the sky. Fire-burned clouds littered the sky and painted Flame Volcano in a layer of vivid red. "Back at Herb Mountain, you and I would watch the sunset as well. 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I never thought that we would be able to see the sunset together at Flame Volcano," Qin Lai exclaimed. When he recalled his life 4 years ago at Ling Town, all sorts of emotions bubbled up in Qin Lai's heart. Now that he looked back, he realized that those days at Ling Town were so calm and cherishable. He had come to Ling Town when he was 10 years old, staying there with his grandfather and living together with him at Herb Mountain. During the first 5 years, he had lived in his own world. In the state of thoughtless tranquility, he worked hard in cultivating heavenly thunder eradication and listened to his grandfather's rambling every day, talking about all sorts of interesting things regarding artifact forging. After that, his grandfather had disappeared, and he too had left the state of thoughtless tranquility. Ling Yushi then came into his life and nagged him every day inside the small house, speaking about some of the trivial matters she had encountered. If Zhou and Lu Li had not appeared, he would have been able to enjoy a very long time of peace. He would have been able to spend those amazing few years and months together with Ling Yushi. "You said that you would come to 7 Fiends Valley to look for me. I've waited for you for 4 years," Ling Yushi said gently. The red light shining on her added a hint of charm to her beautiful face, causing her to look incredibly attractive as of that moment. "Meet you at 7 Fiends Valley as an insignificant martial practitioner at Nebula Pavilion?" Qin Lai looked down and said with a slightly bitter tone, "If I had really done that, then I may not even have the qualification to step in Dark Fiend Valley. Even if I did struggle my way in, Lu Li would laugh at me, your fellow senior and junior sisters would scorn me, and that Li Zhongjing guy would sarcastically insult me. I should not have left Ling Town." Ling Yushi said quietly, "If I didn't leave Ling Town, then I would have been able to spend these 4 years with you." I would be together with my father. Perhaps then father would not have died. Mist appeared in her bright eyes as the corner of her eyes slowly grew wet. The death of Ling Xianxia and the people of the Ling family from Ling Town had always been on her mind. For the past few years, she had always been regretting the fact that she had left Ling Town for Dark Fiend Valley. It's not your fault. Whether or not you left, Du Haitian would still have committed that atrocity. Your father, Ling Xing, and Ling Xiao would not have been able to escape that danger. You don't have to blame yourself. Qin Lai consoled softly. Not far away, Ling Xianxian was sitting on a rock. She seemed to have heard her sister's words and had grown teary as well, now softly crying. What are you going to do? The attack on Armament Sect was a joint decision made by 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. The 5 great forces are just the vanguard. They will still come and send an endless amount of experts. Armament Sect will not be able to deal with this. Ling Yushi was very worried. Qin Lai, why don't we leave together? Let's abandon Armament Sect and abandon Seven Fiends Valley. Why don't we find a place where no one can find us and live there? We can cultivate on our own. 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance were both copper rank forces and the overlords of Scarlet Tide Continent. How could Armament Sect possible resist them when they single-mindedly sought for the destruction of Armament Sect? I'll find my way one step at a time. Don't worry. I have my own life-saving arts. Even if Armament Sect is destroyed, I would still be in danger. Qin Lai did not wish to run away before he was really pushed into a corner. He knew very well that there would always be terrible conflict on the land beneath him. There would never be true peace. It was definitely not feasible to just run away time and time again. Furthermore, it would be bad for his growth and the ascension and tempering of his martial way. Only through heavy pressure and responsibility could his potential be unleashed. It was only then he could truly let himself go and unleash his true self. Armament Sect was but the first step in his life. He could not retreat from this step, nor did he want to. Qin Lai, are you serious when you say that you want my master to personally come to Armament City to beg for Senior Sister Lu and Uncle Shi's release? Ling Yushi bit her lip and asked. I am serious. Qin Lai nodded. Master treats me and Xianxian very well. Ling Yushi hesitated. 4 years ago, she dissolved the engagement between you and me with but a word. 4 years ago, she did not even look me in the eye and just had Luli give me a single natal ordering pill. Qin Lai scowled. One of my motivations for working this hard is to have her see and grovel before me. The knot in my heart can only be untied by her. Otherwise, I would not be able to forgive myself. At the entrance to Armament City's Wind District, a row of martial practitioners wearing a Valley logo on their chests stood at the city entrance. At this moment, the city entrance had been closed once more. Tong Jihua stood above the walls and looked down on those below. He was looking at the people from Seven Fiends Valley. Gazing at a luxurious carriage, he frowned. Are you the Valley Master of Dark Fiend Valley, Jiulyu? It is I. The voice of an old woman came from inside the carriage. How are my 3 disciples? They are alive. Tong Jihua said coldly. Armament City has been closed once more. Before I receive any new orders, no one is allowed entry. No one is allowed entry? Jiulyu laughed coldly. The reason we have traveled 1,000 miles to Armament City wasn't to listen to your instructions outside the city. We have come to break the city and destroy Armament Sect. The moment she said this, the numerous martial practitioners from Seven Fiends Valley immediately took out their spirit artifacts and prepared to break into the city. Almost at the same time, uninvited guests had appeared at every single one of Armament City's main entrances. At each of them, a bloody war was about to break out. The sky gradually darkened. Qin Lai, Sect Master, has requested that these 3 spatial rings be passed on to you. Chang Ping spoke respectfully halfway up Flame Volcano at Qin Lai's personal cavern. Inside the cave, Qin Lai was still discussing about artifact forging with Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian. Qin Lai stood up and opened the stone door sealing the cave. Watching Chang Ping's pale face, he said, Elder Chang, your injuries haven't stabilized yet. It's not good for you to run around like this. Chang Ping's stomach was pierced by blood shadow, and he suffered a grievous injury. Right now, the wound had only received simple treatment. If the wound reopened again because he was walking around, then it would be even more troublesome to treat. Thank you for your concern. I'm okay. I can handle it. Chang Ping respectfully passed the 3 spatial rings to Qin Lai. Inside the cave, strange light circled in Ling Yushi and Ling Xuanxuan's eyes. They looked intently at the 3 spatial rings. They knew what these 3 spatial rings represented. Qin Lai did not extend his hand to accept them. Instead, he frowned and said solemnly, "Sect Master is still here, and the sect has not been destroyed yet. I will not receive these 3 spatial rings just yet." These 3 spatial rings definitely contained the wealth armament sect had accumulated over more than 900 years. The accumulation of spirit diagrams, spirit materials, spirit artifacts, spirit medicine, and all kinds of secrets. Only the future sect master had the qualification to receive these 3 spatial rings. Those who had received them would definitely take over and become the next sect master of armament sect. This was a responsibility. Once he received it, he had to bear the responsibility of revitalizing armament sect, and aim to grow it and have it make a comeback. He was not ready yet. This is the joint decision between the sect master and 3 great reverends after their discussion. They are the ones who asked me to pass this ring to you. Chang Ping's expression was solemn. Sect master's physical condition is extremely weak. He may not last more than a few days. Moreover, the sect may not be able to survive the attack of both 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. Therefore, sect master and 3 great reverends believe that it is best if you can carry the 3 spatial rings and leave. Qin Lai's expression was extremely ugly as he asked, "Do they lack this much confidence?" Chang Ping sighed. Right now, the entrances to the 4 city districts of Earth, Fire, Water, and Wind are being sieged. Bloodspear has lost 70% of their men, and the outer sect elders, disciples, and foreign delegates have suffered similar devastating losses. It's really just too difficult to hold out against the 5 great forces by ourselves. There is almost no hope of victory. We still have Senior Shueli, Qin Lai yelled. The experts of 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance haven't truly arrived yet. Chang Ping's expression was bitter. After keeping silent for a moment, Qin Lai said, "Return these 3 spatial rings to the sect master. Tell them that as long as the sect stands, I will never receive them." He turned back to look at Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia before saying softly, "I'll be leaving for a moment. You stay here. Try not to roam around as much as possible." Qin Lai, "Promise me you won't kill Senior Sister Lu," Ling Yushi begged. "All right, I will let her live." Qin Lai nodded and left the cave. Under Chang Ping's gaze, he went alone to Bloodspear's training area behind the mountain. Chang Ping was stunned for a moment. Later on he returned to the peak of Flame Volcano and explained the situation to Ing Xingran and the 3 great reverends. He also ended up returning the 3 spatial rings to Ing Xingran. Ing Xingran had lost all color on his face. He appeared incredibly cold and covered himself in thick animal fur, but he still couldn't stop himself from shivering. Xingran, Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang's voice shuddered slightly. "I can't hold out much longer." Ing Xingran's voice was weak and lifeless. "Perhaps, if I die right away, Qin Lai would not have a reason to reject this. If my death can start a new chapter for Armament Sect, I wish to depart right away." Why isn't he willing to receive these 3 spatial rings? Zhang Hao could not understand. It's not like we're asking him to live and die together with Armament Sect. He just needs to receive these 3 spatial rings and leave Armament Sect. As long as he comes back and remakes Armament Sect, everything will be fine. Why is he unwilling? Even if he took the items and didn't revitalize Armament Sect, what can we do to him? When that happens, we may already all be dead. No one will be restricting him. Why doesn't he want to? Fang Qi was also perplexed. This Qin Lai, he is truly a responsible person. Luo Zhichang exclaimed solemnly. Everyone inside the room looked at him. It is because he is a responsible man that he would not easily make promises or assume a responsibility without thoroughly considering the situation. Luo Zhichang's continued, maintaining his solemn tone. If it was someone like Liang Xiaoyang, then they would accept the spatial rings right away and claim Armament Sect's 900 years of wealth. The reason Liang Xiaoyang had come to Armament Sect was to take all the items inside these 3 spatial rings. Qin Lai is different. He did not dare to casually accept this because he has truly thought this matter over. For him, accepting those 3 spatial rings means accepting the burden of revitalizing Armament Sect. Everyone's expressions become ones of deep thought. Only a person like Qin Lai can truly be trusted. I believe that when he is willing to accept the 3 spatial rings, he will definitely assume the revitalization of Armament Sect as something he is obligated to carry out in the future. Luo Zhichang exclaimed. The crowd quietly nodded, inwardly agreeing with his explanation. If he is unwilling to accept it now, then we will wait. We will wait until he accepts it. Luo Zhichang expressed his opinion. Armament Sect can only regain their glory in his hands. Xingran said while coughing loudly. This is Qin Lai, requesting for a meeting. It was at this moment Qin Lai's soft exclamation came from outside the procedural hall at Flame Volcano's peak. Luo Zhichang and Xingran matched each other's eyes before saying in unison, "Come in!" Inside the great hall, the sect master, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 inner sect elders were gathered together. Qin Lai entered the great hall with a solemn look, and of course, the mummy-like Xueli followed in tow. The moment Xueli appeared, everyone's faces changed as they subconsciously retreated, wanting to avoid Xueli. First things first, check out his condition, Qin Lai said. Xueli chuckled and crossed a dozen-odd meters with a single step. He arrived directly in front of Xingran. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, he pressed a hand on Xingran's head. With it, wisps of blood energy suddenly slipped from his palm and into Xingran's body. Qin Lai, what are you making him do? Luo Zhichang cried out. I am fine. Xingran motioned for them to calm down. While he sensed the wisps of blood energy that had entered his body, he could feel that the almost depleted biomagnetic field seemed to have recovered a bit. But he knew that it was an illusion. His mind and soul was what was damaged. It wasn't something that could be healed through the mere replenishment of blood energy. If that were the case, the condition of his body wouldn't have suffered such a state. At this moment, they could more or less guess the reason Qin Lai had come over. That was why they had quieted down and looked expectantly at Xueli. After a while, Xueli withdrew his hands and frowned for a moment. He said, the depletion of his body's biomagnetic field is due to the severe damage his mind and soul have incurred. It may be somewhat difficult to save him. He can still be saved? Luo Zhichang was overjoyed. Even Xingran himself greatly shivered as a heated desire appeared in his eyes. Can you start right away? Qin Lai said solemnly. A period of time and some preparation is needed to save him. There are some ingredients that are required for the process as well, but won't last that long. Xueli thought for a while and said, I can use my blood energy to stabilize his biomagnetic field. Then you can freeze him with your frost energy so that his body will not deteriorate and the collapse of his soul can be delayed. When you have overcome this crisis and made the preparations, I can heal him after he is unfrozen. Everyone's eyes lit up. Let's do it now then. Qin Lai nodded. Xueli's shriveled, claw-like right hand suddenly turned bloody as drops of fresh blood fell down from his fingertips. It dripped right on top of Xingran's head. Xingran's body violently shook as wisps of bloody mist seeped out of every pore on his body. His white-as-paper face gradually regained some color. A slow strengthening life force was gradually being released inside of Xingran's body. Everybody could see that Xingran's condition was slowly becoming better. All right, your turn. Xueli withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and sat down to the side. And so, Qin Lai went forward and began channeling frost arts. He combined the frost concept and frost energy to seep into Xingran and slowly turn him into ice. 2 hours later, Xingran had turned into a translucent ice sculpture. His entire aura had been frozen by ice, and his life and soul energy seemed to have vanished completely. Kid, I have expended some lifeblood essence again, and my combat capability will be lessened for a short time. Have you thought how to defend against the enemy's assault? When Qinlai had frozen Ing Xingran, Xueli's eyes opened slightly as he coldly stared at Qinlai. Reporting to the sect master and all seniors, the main 4 entrances of earth, fire, wind, and water are under heavy siege. The situation is looking extremely grim. Where is Xianxia? Luo Zhichang yelled. Low Lord Xianxia has been suppressed by a person called Xie Zhizhang. From the looks of it, Lord Xianxia may not be able to win against him. Xie Zhizhang from Profound Heaven Alliance's Xie family, middle stage of the fulfillment realm. Luo Zhichang was shocked. The crowd looked at Ing Xingran, but right now Ing Xingran was currently a block of ice. There was no way he could lend anyone his opinion. What should we do? Was the thought currently on everyone's minds. The 5 forces were sieging rapidly, and Armament City was about to be broken apart. Xianxia, who everyone had placed their expectations on, was being pushed back by Profound Heaven Alliance's Xie Zhizhang. How could Xianxia possibly contend with Xie Zhizhang, who was at the middle stage of the fulfillment realm? Furthermore, if Xianxia couldn't beat him, then how could Armament Sect possibly survive? Everyone subconsciously looked to Xueli. While closing his eyes, Xueli humphed once and ignored everyone's gazes. Xingran is unable to lead us in our defense. We must choose a new leader right now, and this leader will make the decisions temporarily in Xingran's place. Zhang Hao suddenly said. Everyone followed his words and looked towards Luo Zhichang. However, Luo Zhichang suddenly exclaimed, Qinlai will temporarily take over the sect master's position and make decisions for Armament Sect. I agree, Zhang Hao said. Agreed, Fang Qi said. I concur. Mo Hai nodded. The remaining 6 great outer sect elders were dumbfounded for only a moment before they nodded unison and said, Agreed, Qinlai. The sect is now at its darkest hour, and we are old and have lost our sharpness. Right now, Armament Sect needs a man like you to stand up. Since we have all elected you, please don't turn us down any longer. Please take over Xingran's position temporarily and make decisions for Armament Sect. Luo Zhichang said. We believe in you, Zhang Hao and Fang Qi said. Be it right or wrong, we will not hold you accountable, the outer sect elders yelled. Xueli grinned and chuckled while looking tauntingly at Qinlai. Kid, do you dare to accept this responsibility? Your decision may lead Armament Sect past the point of no return. You may lead Armament Sect right into a dead end. Is this something you dare to take on? Qinlai, Luo Zhichang yelled. Qinlai frowned deeply. After pondering for an extended period of time, he gradually nodded. In the procedural hall, everyone was looking at Qinlai. At such a dangerous time, everyone hoped to see a sliver of hope. But Qinlai was too young and didn't have any experience in managing a sect. So while everyone was hoping for great things from him, they were also secretly worried. Just as Xueli had said, everyone was worried that Qinlai's decision would cause Armament Sect to enter danger, to go on a road towards death. You have thought it through? To let me decide Armament Sect's future? Qinlai asked one more time. With Luo Zhichang, Zhang Hao, and Fang Qi leading, everyone nodded with determined looks. At least you can order about Xueli, some people thought. Qinlai took a deep breath, and then his face turned cold. He said, To the plaza. His first move was to talk towards the plaza at the base of the mountain with the spirit pattern pillars. Everyone was puzzled, but they all stood and followed behind him. A short while later, Qinlai and the higher-ups of Armament Sect returned to the plaza once more. Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying were still tied to the spirit pattern pillars. Seeing the crowd come over, they stared hatefully at them. Their subordinates, disciples, and closest confidants had been pursued by Bloodspear and the outer sect elders, and then they would be executed in front of them. There were still many traces of blood on the plaza that hadn't been cleaned up yet. How could they not be filled to the brim with hate? You think that Armament Sect can overcome this calamity with just an evil person? Armament Sect's fate had been determined long ago. No one can save it. Su Ziying's eyes were frigid as she looked at the crowd. Are the gates to the 4 districts being furiously attacked right now? We are just the first wave. There are many more outside Armament Sect. How will you withstand this? Shi Jingyun and Wu Tuo also had dark and disdainful expressions. The people outside clearly know that you are being held here and dare to attack Armament Sect. Do they not care about you? Or do they think that Armament Sect doesn't dare to act? Qin Lai said with a frown. Luo Zhichang's expression was bitter. This was the crux of the problem. The people outside understood that Ying Xingran wasn't a fanatic that would gamble at all. They were completely sure that Ying Xingran wouldn't dare to disregard everything to kill the trio. So they didn't think twice about attacking Armament City. In reality, artificers like Ying Xingran who wholeheartedly forged artifacts were very pacifistic. In the eyes of outsiders, Ying Xingran and Armament Sect, that was led by the artificers, did not have the resolve needed to offend the 5 forces. So they did not pay it any mind. Dark Azura Hall, 7 Fiends Valley, Dark Shadow Tower, Purple Mist Sea, and Cloud Sky Mountain will only kill Blood Spear and Outer Sect disciples if they enter Armament Sect. The true artificers, even if Armament Sect does not exist any longer, will still live. Elder Mo Hai will enter 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance while we 5 forces will divide the inner sect elders and disciples. Shi Jingyun looked at the crown, and her expression turned cold as she shouted. However, if something happens to the 3 of us, the 5 forces will not be so peaceful. If we die, you artificers will most likely die with Armament Sect. So you do not dare to act against us. Su Ziying smirked coldly. You are afraid of dying with Armament Sect, afraid of angering the 5 forces and being killed. So they dare to attack Armament Sect because they know you do not dare to act rashly. Wu Tuo also laughed. The words of the 3 people caused the 3 reverends to have wavering expressions. Because Luo Zhichang and Ying Xingran still wanted to live, they did not dare to act rashly. Elder Chang, give me a dagger, Qin Lai suddenly said. A tired Cheng Ping said with a shocked face, I do not have a dagger. I do. Strangely, Mo Hai, the leader of the 7 great inner sect elders, spoke. He handed a dragon-shaped crimson-red dagger to Qin Lai. It is called Dragon Fong, profound 5th grade. Feng Rong's eyes shone with a curious light beside him as she said lightly, Ahai. I have gotten to where I am today because of Armament Sect. It has nothing to do with Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. Mo Hai's expression was aloof as he said, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying have all received help from me. I have helped them forge artifacts, but now they want to destroy our Armament Sect. I cannot accept this. When he said this, Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying were shamed and shocked. Xueli was sitting under a spirit pattern pillar. He narrowed his blood-red eyes and snickered his strange laugh as he looked at Qin Lai. Qin Lai held the dagger Mo Hai gave him and walked towards Su Ziying without a word. You dare touch me? Su Ziying smirked coldly. If I am damaged even a bit, Purple Mist Sea will bath Armament Sect in blood. Have you thought about this? She was the 2nd wife of the master of Purple Mist Sea and was deeply favored by him. Her status in Purple Mist Sea was above all. If she was harmed in any way, Purple Mist Sea would not rest. The pupils of Luo Zhichang and the others shrank while their hearts rose. At this time, they felt slightly regretful. They regretted having Qin Lai decide the future of Armament Sect. It was a pity that they could not take back what they said. No matter what Qin Lai wanted to do, they could only look on from the side. Because Qin Lai was in charge of the present Armament Sect. Qin Lai swung the dagger under everyone's disbelieving gaze. With one strike, he cut off Su Ziying's left pinky. Su Ziying cried out. Qin Lai carefully put away this finger and then looked at Wu Tuo and Shi Jingyun. Under these 2 people's shocked gazes, he cut off their left pinkies as well. Wu Tuo and Shi Jingyun gave muffled grunts. Pain flashed across their faces, but they did not make a sound. Still, their eyes were not disdainful as they looked at Qin Lai. Elder Chang, take these 3 fingers and go to the gates that 7 Fiends Valley, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea. Tell them that if they continue to attack, every 1 hour, I will cut off another finger, Qinlai said. Chang Ping was stunned. He respectfully took the 3 fingers as he shuddered, and with a respectful gaze he said, I will go now. The 3 reverends were astounded while the inner sect elders changed expressions but remained silent. Qinlai looked at them and said, if you want Armament Sect to be destroyed but still want to live, then you better get rid of those thoughts right now. The 3 reverends and the elders nodded with bitter expressions. Under a spirit pattern pillar, Xueli snickered. When he looked at Qinlai, his eyes were full of a sliver of admiration. Good, Feng Rong said loudly, not disguising her praise for Qinlai. On the plaza, many Armament Sect martial practitioners looked at Qinlai with a thread of sincere respect. I need spirit materials with thunder attributes. Best if the beast cores and spirit stones contain the power of lightning and thunder. I need to forge, Qinlai said. Feng Rong's eyes lit up again. Is it what you used to attack Blood Shadow? Qinlai nodded and said, that is called the Terminator Profound Bomb, the only thing that I know how to forge. It can only be used once, but it is strong. Terminator Profound Bomb, Xueli shrieked. Everyone couldn't help look at him. Even Qinlai was slightly shocked. Elder Xueli, you have heard of the Terminator Profound Bomb? It really is the Terminator Profound Bomb? You didn't get the name wrong. Xueli's bloody eyes were slightly frightening. Yes, it is called the Terminator Profound Bomb, Qinlai replied. Xueli inhaled and suddenly said, if it is really that, haha, if you can forge them in large numbers, it can heavily wound the other side. Terminator Profound Bomb. Heh, how do you have the recipe? An elder gave it to me, Qinlai answered. After a moment of thought, he probed, this Terminator Profound Bomb has a history? This is a wondrous object that forefather Terminator of Silent Heaven continent invented and was famed in the nearby continents for its dominance and ferocity. It is terrifyingly powerful, Xueli snickered. Your elder must be very powerful to have gotten the method to making the Terminator Profound Bomb that should only belong to forefather Terminator. Heh, I'm not sure if it is real or not. From what I know, many people have recipes and say it is the Terminator Profound Bomb. But the things they forge aren't worth a shit. There are many thunder-oriented spirit materials in the spirit materials stores. Fang Qi's shone brightly. I will go pick some out. Qinlai looked at Xueli and said, please go into the city and help Xianxia deal with that Xie. It would be best to capture him alive. But if that isn't possible, just kill him. Even in my present state, I don't need anyone helping me fight a martial practitioner in the middle stage of the fulfillment realm. Xueli snorted. That's even better. Just have Xianxia move aside. Elder Luo message Xianxia. Qinlai said. All right. Luo Zhichang nodded. Do not send a message, I will go, and the boy will naturally step aside. Xueli smiled coldly and suddenly shot towards the edges of the city like a bloody rainbow. He seemed to have known where Xianxia and Xie were fighting already. Kid, seeing that you dare to kill and fit my tastes, when I come back, I will tell you a secret. A secret about the 12 spirit pattern pillars. Xueli's strange laugh shot back from far away. Qinlai was astounded. He looked again at the 12 spirit pattern pillars on the plaza. Hesitating, he asked Luo Zhichang, Elder Luo, where did these 12 spirit pattern pillars come from? Luo Zhichang suddenly became awkward and stammered as though he didn't want to say. Qinlai understood and went somewhere where Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying could not overhear them. He asked again, Xueli is not from Scarlet Tide continent. So does that mean that the 12 spirit pattern pillars are also from outside? The 3 reverends gathered together, and Luo Zhichang replied for them. The sect founder got the 12 spirit pattern pillars, stole them from outside. Qinlai was astounded. This, Luo Zhichang smiled weakly. The generations after slowly discovered it over time. Because it was stolen, even he didn't understand the mysteries of the spirit pattern pillars. He didn't even know that there was an old demon sealed in the spirit pattern pillars. Where did he steal them from? Qin Lai asked. It is unknown. Luo Zhichang shook his head. Armament Sect, which had a 900-year history, had a founder who was a thief. Because he stole the 12 spirit pattern pillars, he founded Armament Sect at Flame Volcano, and the generations gradually developed into its current state due to that. Qin Lai suddenly was torn between laughing and crying. The 5 forces had gathered outside of the entrance to each of Armament's 4 great districts. Blood Spear's martial practitioners, Outer Sect elders, disciples, and a portion of the remaining Outer Sect foreign delegates were scattered before those entrances, defending against the assault of the 5 forces. Dark Fiend Valley's Valley Master, Jiuliu, came down from her carriage in front of the Wind District's gate. She stood directly in front of it and watched the battle in front of the entrance, completely cold-eyed. It seemed she had no intention of interfering. Jiuliu looked to be about 60 years old, wearing a loose, long, and grayish-brown robe. The sleeves were sewn with the insignia of Dark Fiend Valley's Valley, and she was speaking with Gold Fiend Valley's Valley Master, Jia Songlin. Gold Fiend Valley's Li Zhongjing was also beside Jia Songlin. He was Jia Songlin's younger disciple and was valued greatly by Jia Songlin. At this moment, the martial practitioners of Dark Fiend Valley and Gold Fiend Valley had climbed up the city walls and started battling against the martial practitioners, led by Tong Jihua. Under the dark sky, countless exquisite spirit artifacts clashed against each other, while dragging behind them beautiful sparks, howling and unleashing torrents of spirit energy waves. Elder Tong, we can't hold out much longer. An Outer Sect disciple cried out. We can't retreat even if we die. Tong Jihua yelled. Dark Fiend Valley and Gold Fiend Valley's forces obviously outnumbered Armament Sect's defending force. Even without Jiuliu or Jia Songlin, Armament Sect was obviously overwhelmed and was on the verge of defeat. Old Shi will be fine, won't he? Jia Songlin asked. What do you think? Do you think Xingran would dare to kill Old Shi? Jiuliu said with a dark face. In the end, they are just a sect formed by a bunch of artificers, not one of martial practitioners. Xingran and the 3 great reverends weren't willing to fully commit to a fight. All they wanted was to develop Armament Sect in peace. What a foolish idea! Jia Songlin was shocked. Any sect's development is built on top of bloody conflict. It is utterly unrealistic to hope to build a sect without any difficulties. Disdain leaked from Jiuliu's eyes. Armament Sect actually had their chance to exceed the 5 forces a long time back. When Yu Hongji was still around, no one could compare to Bloodspear's momentum. If Bloodspear could have recruited disciples en masse back then and continued their development, then Armament Sect would be much bigger than it is currently. When Jia Songlin heard her words, he too nodded quietly and said, That is correct. Back when Bloodspear was at its strongest, Armament Sect did not increase their numbers. It was very surprising. That's because Xingran and the 3 great reverends are short-sighted. Jiuliu humphed coldly. The growth of Bloodspear's martial practitioners is sustained by massive amounts of materials and wealth. They require a continuous supply of spirit herbs, spirit medicine, and the blood of spirit beasts to temper their bodies. Xingran had committed his entire life into artifact forging, and he wasn't willing to spend too much on their martial force. That was why Bloodspear's development was limited. Yes, if Bloodspear had enough numbers, our trip this time would be quite troublesome, Jia Songlin agreed. To put it bluntly, Xingran and the others only wished for Bloodspear to be able to protect Armament Sect and nothing else. They never thought of expanding Bloodspear and improving Armament Sect's martial force through plundering and combat. Jiuliu mocked. Artificers are just artificers. They will never be true martial practitioners. By nature, they do not have the fighting spirit of a martial practitioner, nor their ambition or ability to draw blood. That's true. If Armament Sect had focused on the development of their martial force, they might have already become the 3rd copper force on Scarlet Tide continent. It is rumored that their history is even lengthier than Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temples. It is said that they had the chance to ascend into a copper force a long time ago, but because they were too obsessed with artifact forging, they were not able to break through in the end. Jia Songlin said. That's why they are facing destruction today. Jiuliu's expression was one of indifference. It was at this moment when Cheng Ping's voice came from above the city. "This is Shi Jingyun's left pinky." Cheng Ping threw down a finger from the city walls so it would land right in front of Jia Songlin and Jiliuyu. "If Seven Fiends Valley does not stop its attack on Armament City, we will slice off one of Shi Jingyun's fingers every hour," Cheng Ping exclaimed before turning around and leaving. "It's old Shi's finger. It's old Shi's finger." Jia Songlin's expression changed greatly. Jiliuyu only froze for a few seconds before she reacted and screamed, "Stop the attack. Retreat this instant." Fear was evident within her eyes. "Elder sister? Are we really going to stop?" Jia Songlin asked solemnly. "I still have 3 disciples inside the city. If they are willing to hurt old Shi, then who wouldn't they be willing to lay their hands on?" Jiliuyu said with a dark face and cold eyes. "These people have gone insane. How dare they touch old Shi? Could they be really looking to take us down with them? Every one of you, stop and retreat." Jia Songlin also cried out. The 7 Fiend Valley martial practitioners that had almost cornered Tong Jihua's group into a dead end jumped down from the city walls one after another after hearing the order. They returned to Jiliuyu and Jia Songlin's side, standing at attention. At Earth District's city gate, Cloud Sky Mountain's martial practitioners were madly blasting the city walls under Ji Lu's command. Ji Lu, Wu Tuo, and Fu Chang were known as the 3 stones of Cloud Sky Mountain. The status of these 3 tough, stone-like guardians of the mountain were extraordinary, just beneath the mountain masters. They were similar to Dark Azura Hall's 5 Hall Masters and 7 Fiends Valley's 7 Valley Masters. They were formidable personnel of their own forces. The 3 stones shared a great relationship. They often drank and had fun together, and though they might not be brothers, but they were closer than even blood brothers. At this moment, the handsome Ji Lu was lifting a flagon and drinking wine while ordering his subordinates. "Come on, little bastards. Break the city quickly and stop delaying me from having a drink with Wu Tuo. If Cloud Sky Mountain continues to attack the city, then you may only be able to drink wine with Wu Tuo's body." Cheng Ping suddenly appeared and threw out Wu Tuo's pinky. He yelled, "If Cloud Sky Mountain continues to attack the city, we will slice off one of Wu Tuo's fingers every hour." Ji Lu's handsome face instantly twisted. "How dare you harm Wu Tuo? You have an hour. Remember, if you continue to attack, an hour later, Wu Tuo will lose another finger." Cheng Ping did not bother with him and left the city walls. "Lord, what do we do?" some of Ji Lu's subordinates asked him. Ji Lu's expression was ugly as he angrily scolded them. King bastards. What do you think we should do? Get down from the walls right now. If anyone dares to continue attacking the city, then I will be the first to slaughter him." The handsome-looking, seemingly calm and collected Ji Lu exposed his true violent nature at this moment. As soon as his subordinates saw him act in such a manner, their expressions all changed. No one dared to challenge him as they hurriedly jumped down from the city walls. "Old Wu, when the other city gates are broken and you are safe, I will break the arm of those who harmed you and take revenge for you," Ji Lu said fiercely. At Water District's city entrance, a beautiful, voluptuous woman led a group of Purple Mist Sea's martial practitioners and was also attacking the city gates. She was Feng Ling, the first wife of Purple Mist Sea's master. Feng Ling and Su Ziying were both the wives of Purple Mist Sea's master, Yu Dai. They might both serve the same husband, but they were on remarkably good terms with each other. It was said that their relationship was very good and that they had never argued with each other because of Yu Dai. Feng Ling, dressed in long, purple skirt, teased Yuan smilingly. "You could have just tied up that Lien Ro and brought her back, couldn't you? Even if there is an upheaval in Armament Sect, how long can they hold out? Isn't their city going to be destroyed just the same? You came all this way to Armament Sect and stayed here for a year, yet you still failed to capture her heart. Yuan, even your big aunt's gonna look down on you now." Yuan's expression was one of awkwardness and embarrassment. He changed the topic and asked, "Will second mistress be fine?" "Don't worry, Xingran is a coward. He wouldn't dare touch Ziying. He knows the weight of Ziying in old Yu's heart very well. If he dares touch a hair on Ziying's head, old you would definitely kill every artificer in armament sect. As long as Ing Xingran hasn't gone crazy, there's no way he would act recklessly, Feng Ling said offhandedly. This is Su Ziying's left little finger. Take a good look. Chang Ping appeared again and threw over a translucent finger, saying, if Purple Mist Sea continues to attack the city, Su Ziying will lose a finger every hour. Once finished, Chang Ping looked at Yi Yuan from afar before finally leaving with a cold expression on his face. Yi Yuan immediately frowned upon seeing this. Feng Ling's previous calmness had instantly disappeared. Gripping that finger, her face was green. This is Ziying's finger. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and sighed once in his heart. He knew that there was no longer any room for forgiveness between Purple Mist Sea and Armament Sect. Temporarily stop the attack on the city. Every one of you. Get your asses down here now. Feng Ling exclaimed angrily before turning to look at one man and yelling. Send out the notice this instant and say that one of Ziying's fingers have been cut. Tell old you to get his ass over here this instant. As you wish, the man quickly answered. Yi Yuan's expression grew bitter by the second. He knew that Purple Mist Sea's master, Yu Dai, would personally arrive any moment. He would be bringing Purple Mist Sea's true elites. With this, Armament Sect would most likely be fraught with only grim possibilities this time. Not even the inner sect elders might survive. Sigh. Yi Yuan sighed deeply. He did not wish to see the current situation, but he was powerless to stop it. Fire District. A tall stone tower abruptly fell. The streets were wrought with a flurry of sand and stones and bore many deep marks. Two figures could still be seen fighting intensely amidst the rubble. Of course, it was Xianxia and Xie Zhizhang. Sword in hand, Xie Zhizhang's sword energy was like a rainbow. The rainbow light appeared domineering as it crushed the numerous pavilions surrounding them. A bolt of bloody light slipped erratically through the sword rainbows, streaking across the roiling sand and stones to avoid the rainbow locked onto it. You can't hold out much longer. Your true realm is only at the pinnacle of the Nether Passage realm. You are still one step away from breaking through to the Fulfillment realm. Xie Zhizhang's was calm and collected. While he was waving his sword, he still had the leisure to speak. I may not know what kind of secret arts you used to increase your power to such a state in a short amount of time, but I am sure that it will leave you with severe side effects. Moreover, you can't maintain this state for long. Even now, I can already feel that your life energy is subsiding. If you continue on like this, you will exhaust yourself and die. Lang Xie's body continued to sparkle like a bloody light amidst the roiling wind and sand. If you are willing to surrender and live incognito for a while, the Xie family is willing to recruit you. Xie Zhizhang smiled and revealed his true objective. The Xie family and the two other families of Profound Heaven Alliance were different from 8 Extreme Temple. Others wished to take in Mo Hai, whereas they wished to obtain Lang Xie. The main reason Xie Zhizhang had come over today was for Lang Xie, to absorb Lang Xie into the Xie family as a subordinate. A ray of crimson, bloody light suddenly erupted from the direction of Flame Volcano and shot towards them. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of them like a setting sun. A heaven-shocking, earth-shaking, blood-fiend aura seemed to instantaneously envelope Fire District. A feeling of fear emerged within all of the practitioners moving within Fire District as they suddenly felt as if they were drowning within a suffocating sea of blood. Wielding his sword and startled, Xie Zhizhang looked in the direction of the ray of bloody light, his face filled with shock. He could clearly sense that the ray of bloody light was coming for him. Hee. A strange, crazed laughter echoed around in every direction, nearly causing everyone's eardrums to explode from the reverberations. In the empty sky, a stream of blood water condensed into a long river, carrying a crazed, bloodthirsty, and violent aura. It charged directly towards Xie Zhizhang. The blood-colored river was extremely wide, and bubbles would occasionally erupt from within. Its intense stench of blood was enough to cause cowardly practitioners to suffer a mental breakdown on the spot. A mind-shattering, soul-extinguishing tide of mental power violently erupted from within the river of blood and directly entered Xie Zhizhang's spirit sea. In an instant, Xie Zhizhang's mind felt as if it had been completely occupied by the blood-colored water. Everything before him turned blood red. He lost control for a moment, and in that very moment, the river of blood converged atop his body, enveloping it in its entirety. Xue Li's ear-piercing cackles suddenly began to emanate out from within Xie Zhizhang's body. It shrieked out from within his mind and roared out from within every drop of blood in his body. Lang Xie emerged from within the ruins, still wielding his short spear. His body was covered in blood, and his blood-red eyes looked directly at Xie Zhizhang. "You want to use him to recover your blood energy?" Xue Li's cackle emanated out from within Xie Zhizhang. "You do know that once you truly taste blood, there is no turning back, right?" Traces of struggle flashed within Lang Xie's scarlet as blood eyes as he hesitated. During the time he hesitated, Xie Zhizhang had been wrapped into a blood cocoon, and Xue Li's figure had slowly condensed from the blood water. Xue Li looked at Lang Xie and said, "You are different from Yu Hongji." After he walked astray, he discovered the path that he was now on also had quite the scenery, so he deviated further and further. "As for you, you have always been on the right path up till now." The struggle within Lang Xie's eyes became increasingly obvious. Consuming human blood can allow you to quickly recover and increase your strength. However, you will gradually lose your mind. Xue Li's expression was indifferent as he continued. "Although your advancement will be slower if you concentrate on cultivating your own lifeblood essence, your lifeblood essence will be more pure and devoid of filth and impurities. It will allow you to always be able to realize yourself and always be in control. The reason my blood fiend sect ended up splitting was because too many people gradually began to deviate onto the wrong path. They chose to walk on the path that Yu Hongji, Blood Shadow, and Liang Yangzu chose. It was because the vast number of them couldn't withstand the temptation of quickly increasing their strength which consuming blood provided." Lang Xie continued breathing heavily, focusing on controlling himself. His body was extremely weak, and he was very clear on the fact that if he were to consume the lifeblood essence of Xie Zhizhang at this time, not only would he quickly recover, there would also be a chance for him to directly break through into the next realm. With the current situation where Armament Sect was on the precipice between life and death, he needed the power. He needed to quickly become strong, and thus, he desired Xie Zhizhang's fresh blood. Smelling the pungent scent of blood in the air, it was quite hard for him to resist. Whether or not you consume human blood, it is up for you to decide. Xue Li watched Lang Xie. He suddenly waved his hand, and Xie Zhizhang's blood cocoon-encased body was thrown directly in front of Lang Xie. Lang Xie's breathing became more intense as his eyes became increasingly horrific, as if he had turned into a blood-consuming beast. However, after an extremely long period of time, Lang Xie gradually returned to his senses. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "Senior, please take this junior away." "Are you sure?" asked Xue Li, cackling. "I am," replied Lang Xie, gritting his teeth. Xue Li silently nodded. He picked up Xie Zhizhang and seemingly turned into a ray of blood as his figure flew back towards Flame Volcano. Armament Sect. Within Tang Siki's cavern, stream after stream of lava leapt out like flame dragons from within the channel, releasing an extremely shocking heat. 7 differently sized furnaces were currently being heated by lava. From within, the sound of bubbles popping incessantly echoed out. Qin Lai's body was covered in sweat, as if he had been drenched by rain. He was quickly moving in the center of these 7 furnaces. One spirit material after another, he would take them from a mountainous pile and throw them into the various furnaces. His extremely rapid pace never slowed at all. At the entrance, quite a few Armament Sect disciples were still delivering various spirit materials and spirit stones. They were all materials that were needed to forge Terminator profound bombs. Tang Siki and Lian Ro stood outside, blocking the entrance, while also directing the outer sect disciples as they delivered their spirit materials. They also paid close attention to Qin Lai's movements. In order to forge the Terminator profound bombs, Qin Lai had needed another cave as Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia were currently occupying his. Furthermore, as the condition of his cave was slightly lacking, it wasn't suitable for forging multiple things simultaneously. Tang Siki's cavern had 7 furnaces, and, As he had also smelted there before, he was very familiar with its layout. Thus, he had temporarily borrowed her cavern. At this moment, an extremely strange luster emerged on Tang Siki's alluringly red face, which was illuminated by the flames. It seemed as if she had figured something out, as she seemed to have cheered up again. Siki, Qin Lai and Ling Yushi might not be able to truly get together again. Think about it, Ling Yushi is part of Dark Fiend Valley and the disciple of Jilioyu. Furthermore, she greatly respects that old hag. Think about our armament sect's current clash with the Five Forces. Lu Li has been captured, as well as Shi Jingyun. Furthermore, Jilioyu is still leading the attack on one of our city gates. With these kinds of conditions, many problems might arise between Qin Lai and Ling Yushi. Just patiently observe. There will definitely be some conflict between them. Dare say they might not be able to get through it. Siki, you can compete in these aspects. It's not like you are lacking anywhere compared to Ling Yushi. Are you afraid of losing? Tang Siki thought back over Lien Ro's advice. Looking in the direction of the busily smelting Qin Lai, her eyes gradually became firmer. We are the better pair. When we were forging, we had this kind of tacit understanding. This kind of tacit understanding could only have been reached if our hearts and souls were one. Tang Siki's little hands crumpled into fists as she silently encouraged herself. Tang Siki, I can't manage by myself. Could you come over and help? Suddenly asked Qin Lai. Sure. Tang Siki's eyes brightened. The sky became dark. At the city gates to Armament Sect's fire district, Dark Azura Hall's Xie Jingxian, Chao Xuanrui, and the rest were scattered around the gates. Under Chao Xuanrui's command, his subordinates would occasionally attack the gates for a while before quickly withdrawing. He had respected Xie Jingxuan's suggestion. Xie Jingxian had explicitly told him that Xie Zhizhang was currently fighting with Xianxia in Fire District, implying that he should stay his hand for now. Thus, Chao Xuanrui didn't invest too much energy, as he patiently waited to see the results of the battle between Xie Zhizhang and Xianxia. Only then would he decide on what to do next. If that terrifying, fiendish blood aura from earlier was from Xianxia, then, whispered Liang Zhong from atop the profound nether beast. When Shueli had charged over from Flame Volcano, the terrifying, fiendish blood aura which exuded from his body had covered the greater half of the city. Even Liang Zhong, Xie Jingxian, and Chao Xuanrui, who were outside the city, had felt it. Currently, the blood fiend aura had disappeared. Liang Zhong pondered for a while, then said, Miss, there's still no news. Could something have happened? Xie Jingxian furrowed her brows. Under the gazes of Liang Zhong and Chao Xuanrui, she stroked the necklace atop her neck, trying to contact Xie Zhizhang. She tried for quite a while. Xie Jingxuan's expression gradually became grim as she finally said, Second uncle hasn't replied. The looks on everyone's faces simultaneously changed. Also at this time, Ji Lu, Jilioyu, Feng Lin, and the rest of the people belonging to Seven Fiends Valley, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea all gathered together. They had all withdrawn from their respective gates outside of the Wind, Earth, and Water districts. After withdrawing, they had come to the gate at Fire District because they had heard that the practitioner from Profound Heaven Alliance was here. They hoped that Xie Zhizhang would be able to rescue their captured people so that they could boldly break through the gates. The finger of our Seven Fiends Valley's Shi Jingyun has been cut off. Wu Tuo's finger was cut off. Su Ziying's finger was cut off. After Jilioyu, Ji Lu, and Feng Lin arrived, they immediately explained their problems to Xie Jingxian. Their expressions were all gloomy and cold. My second uncle hasn't responded. I don't know the situation within the city at all. Xie Jingxuan's expression slightly changed. She hadn't expected that Armament Sect would dare make such vicious moves. At this time, she gradually began to feel something was off. Also at this time, several more ghost birds returned from the direction of Flame Volcano. They landed on Liang Zhong's shoulder. Liang Zhong intently listened, then after a while, suddenly became shocked as he shouted, Qin Lai is at Armament Sect. My birds recognized Qin Lai, and they saw him there. Qin Lai. Qin Lai. Upon hearing Liang Zhong's words, Xie Jingxian, Zhuqian, 2mo, 2z, and the rest all became shocked, yet doubtful and uncertain. "Who is Qin Lai?" asked someone. "Qin Lai of Ice Stone City," replied another. "The fellow from Ling Town." Jiuliu snorted and said, "This brat is at Armament Sect, so what? He was originally my disciple's fiancé, so 4 years ago in Ling Town, I was able to glance at him from afar from within my carriage. He's at most just an ordinary brat. He killed Du Hayton and the entire Du family," Tu Zhe shouted. "He was just a natal opening realm practitioner. What can killing him prove?" asked Jiuliu with deep disdain. "This Qin Lai isn't much, and is not worth mentioning," interrupted Jilu. "The important thing is where that owner of that Li's shop or whatever is. Is he currently at Armament Sect? As far as I know, in front of this fellow called Li Mu. Not even Yuan Tianya dared to move recklessly at that time. This person is the true issue. MN, Li Mu will require our attention. As for a nebula opening realm practitioner like Qin Lai, we don't have to care about him at all," said Feng Lin, emphasizing the importance of Liang Zhong's words. Everyone looked to Liang Zhong, all hoping to learn if there was any news of Li Mu. Outside of Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian, the rest didn't care about Qin Lai and completely forgot about him. Under everyone's gazes, Liang Zhong's expression became strange as he heavily said, "The ghost birds didn't sense anyone like Li Mu. Thus, I don't know whether or not he is at Armament Sect. However, there is something else that I have to tell you all. According to my ghost birds, the person who cut off the fingers of Wu Tua, Shi Jingyun, and Su Ziying was Qin Lai." As these words resounded, everyone's expressions changed. Qin Lai? How could he dare to do such a thing? Just who is he? Shouted Jiuliu in anger. How come he is the one calling the shots? Asked Xianxia, also confused. Liang Zhong bitterly shook his head. I don't know either. According to my ghost birds, he even did it in front of Armament Sect's sect master and 3 great reverends. I'm afraid that fellow has quite some status within Armament Sect. It's strange, quite strange. Qin Bing is Qin Lai. In the eyes of Ing Xingran and the 3 great reverends, he is the future of Armament Sect. Suddenly interrupted Yuan. He had a complex look on his face. 7 metal balls that glowed with blue light were placed on the table in Tang Siki's cavern. They gave off very obvious waves of thunder power. Inside the cavern, Tang Siki sweated. After her rose-red silk robes were soaked, it adhered onto her voluptuous body, causing her tempting curves to be revealed. Her eyes were bright as she stared at the 7 metal balls. Greatly interested, she inquired, "These are the Terminator profound bombs?" Lian Ro was guarding the entrance to the cavern and also had an expression of interest on her face. "This little ball is what turned blood shadow into meat paste?" Qin Lai's finger moved on the metal balls as he felt the ripples of thunder inside them. He replied, "Only after the spirit diagrams are engraved will they truly become Terminator profound bombs. Right now, they are still incomplete. The intimidating ripples of thunder and lightning were sealed inside. With just the ignition from a bit of a spark, the lightning and thunder power inside would explode and release an astounding amount of force." Qin Lai's eyes were slightly bright, as expected of Armament Sect. They didn't just deliver a stream of materials needed for the Terminator profound bombs, they also managed to get many precious thunder-oriented beast cores. The beast cores of 6 thunder sky beasts and 4 silver-winged thunder eagles were piled up beside him. Thunder sky beasts and silver-winged thunder eagles were all rank 3 spirit beasts and even higher leveled than the variant Ice Soul Python. Most importantly was that thunder sky beasts and silver-winged thunder eagles were spirit beasts that were truly thunder-oriented, and their power of thunder was much purer than the Ice Soul Pythons who only attained the power of thunder after it mutated. They were naturally more suited to being the primary materials for making Terminator profound bombs. Other than this, he even saw the beast core of a dark moon thunder snake among the thunder-type materials that had been delivered. The dark moon thunder snake was almost exactly as thick as 3 fingers and was about 2 meters long. Its entire body was covered in strange, crescent-like patterns that could release shocking thunder and lightning. It was a rank 4 spirit beast. The Dark Moon Thunder Snake possessed power equivalent to a Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner. Furthermore, its beast core was extremely rare. Even Qin Lai, who was in a hurry to forge the Terminator Profound Bomb, jumped in fright when he saw that beast core. For him, using this beast core to forge Terminator Profound Bombs was too much of a waste. Instead, he prepared to use it to further his own cultivation. Are there enough spirit materials? Lien Ro looked outside and said. First Reverend said that there are still a lot of spirit materials remaining in the storage room. If you need more, he will have people deliver more. It's enough. The materials that have already been delivered are enough for me to forge 30 Terminator Profound Bombs. There's no need for any more. Qin Lai was astounded inside. He finally realized that Armament Sect truly matched its rank of being a Black Iron Force. As expected of a powerful sect which was famed for its wealth. Just a portion of its spirit materials was already far more than necessary. He also realized that if he was willing to stay in Armament Sect, he could use its resources to increase his skill in both the martial way and artifact forging. I will inscribe the spirit diagram. After it is imprinted inside the spheres, the Terminator Profound Bombs will be truly complete. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lai said, Senior sisters, please leave and guard the door for me. Do not allow anyone to disturb me at this time. All right, just focus on inscribing. Tang Siki smiled and then headed to the entrance of the cave. She exchanged a look with Lien Ro before standing at the door to guard the entrance for Qin Lai. Qin Lai closed the entrance from the inside. Terminator Profound Bomb in hand and his fingertip bright with the light of spirit energy. He pointed above the thunderball. Anything that one had a lot of experience with would be simple to execute once more. At Icestone City he had successfully made the Terminator Profound Bomb. With his accumulated experience, everything seemed so simple when he inscribed the spirit diagrams this time. Where is Qin Lai at? Under the moonlight, the three reverends personally came. They were all curious about Qin Lai's progress. The objects have already been forged, and he is in the process of inscribing now, Tang Siki said as she bowed. Inscription? Luo Zhichang nodded lightly. The inscription of spirit diagrams is the most important. Just the slightest flaw can cause all effort to be wasted. According to him, he has already forged Terminator Profound Bomb before. It seems he also has experience in inscribing spirit diagrams. MN, I just don't know if this Terminator Profound Bomb is the one that Senior Xueli spoke of. If it is true, then its true power will be extraordinary, said Jiang Hao, speaking up. Our perspectives need to shift. We should pay more attention to powerful one-use objects like this. If it can increase the power of the sect, we will also need to forge them in the future to increase the combat power of our disciples in all areas. Fang Qi shouted. The artificers of Armament Sect were usually profound and disdained making little one-time use consumables. They felt that it was a waste of their time and could not increase their forging experience. Purple Mist Sea, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Seven Fiends Valley have stopped their attacks. Chongping popped out like a ghost. He said, These three are afraid. They are afraid that we will go crazy, so they have stopped. Luo Zhichang and the others exchanged looks, the expressions on their faces all changing. As expected, being a bit more vicious can intimidate those who come. Tolerating and moving aside will only make them demand more. Fang Qi shouted. It seems that Qin Lai is right. His method is a bit bloody but effective. Jiang Hao nodded. I just don't know how that Xie Zhizhang is, Luo Zhichang said worriedly. Where is Qin Lai? Xue Li's dark voice came from the plaza at the base of the mountain. Everyone looked down, and from this angle, they found that Xue Li was carrying a ball of blood as he stood in the center of the spirit pattern pillars and asked the inner sect elders. He is forging the Terminator Profound Bombs, second elder Tan Dongling answered. If that really is the Terminator Profound Bomb, then it will be quite interesting, Xue Li grinned. If something like Terminator Profound Bombs can be made en masse, even if you want to take on 2 copper forces, at the very least, they will come out with few benefits. Heh! There is even a possibility you can take them down with you. In Xue Li's eyes, Armament Sect didn't have any hope of defending against the two copper powers if they did not obtain anything new to use. Even if he was added into the equation, Armament Sect didn't have a high possibility of victory when facing two copper forces. In his view, the Terminator Profound Bomb was a great weapon that could potentially turn the tide. The condition was that the Terminator Profound Bomb Qianlai was forging was really that thing that Forefather Terminator had invented. Xueli turned to a streak of bloody light and charged up flame volcano from the plaza. He also came to the entrance of Qianlai's cave, seemingly showing a great interest in the Terminator Profound Bombs. I captured the martial practitioner sent by a copper force. Xueli looked at the bloody ball at the base of the mountain and explained. Luo Zhichang and the two reverends bowed slightly with restrained expressions to express their gratefulness. Xueli did not care. He didn't spare them another glance and only gazed at the sealed entrance. He does have some mannerisms of a great artificer. A bloody light flashed through Xueli's eyes. His gaze seemed to almost penetrate the stone door, and it almost seemed like he could see Qianlai inside. Senior, the Terminator Profound Bomb you speak of can really help Armament Sect? Lian Ro suddenly asked. Girl, you are not afraid of me. Xueli looked sideways at her. I'm slightly afraid, but it's all right. Lian Ro laughed lightly. Xueli nodded and answered her question. If Terminator Profound Bombs can be produced in large quantities, it definitely has the potential deal heavy damage to the enemy. However, the power of Terminator Profound Bombs are closely connected to the grade of the spirit materials, how much thunder power the primary materials contain, the spirit diagrams inside, as well as the skill of the artificer. Even if these are the true Terminator Profound Bombs, the power would vary greatly because of these differences. How weak is weak, and how strong is strong? Lian Ro asked. The weakest can only kill natal opening martial practitioners. The strongest? A thread of terror flashed through Xueli's eyes as he finished in a deep voice, can destroy the souls of Nirvana Realm martial practitioners. Nirvana Realm. The three reverends paled and exclaimed at almost the same time. They didn't quite believe Xueli's words. There almost wasn't even the existence of someone in Nirvana Realm in the enormous Scarlet Tide continent. Could the strongest Terminator Profound Bomb really destroy the soul of one at the Nirvana Realm? The three were thoroughly shocked. Let's talk about it this way. If it was a Terminator Profound Bomb personally made by Forefather Terminator, just one can turn those two so-called copper forces into nothingness. The explosion of a single Terminator Profound Bomb can erase two copper forces on its own. Xueli exclaimed in a somewhat casual manner. All martial practitioners inside would be destroyed, and they wouldn't have a chance to be reborn. The heavenly thunder of that explosion will destroy every remaining shred of their soul, irradiating it in its entirety. If a person cannot gather the threads of their soul, they will not have the chance to reform it. At the doorway to the cavern, all the martial practitioners of Armament Sect were frightened by Xueli's speech. The very moment he finished, Qianlai opened the stone door to the cavern. He came out with the Terminator Profound Bombs that he had just inscribed spirit diagrams onto. Just finished making them. I don't know if they are the true Terminator Profound Bombs. Senior Xueli, do you want to confirm? Confirm. Xueli shook his head. I am not an artificer. I cannot see its wonders. With my eyes and perception, I cannot confirm if they really are true Terminator Profound Bombs. Then how will you confirm it? Qianlai was shocked. Through the power of its explosion, of course. Xueli said in a matter-of-fact tone. The power of its explosion. Qianlai nodded and then glanced at Xueli. He said, that's good. Then we'll have it explode and see if this really is the Terminator Profound Bomb you speak of. The back. Go to the back. Try to stay far away from the sect. Luo Zhichang suddenly shouted. Then let's go to the back. Qianlai grabbed a Terminator Profound Bomb, and under Luo Zhichang's ushering, he walked further past where Bloodspear trained. Deep in the night and on a vast, expansive bog, threads of multicolored poisonous miasma floated lightly on the horizon. Under the light of the bright moon, the colors of the miasma dyed this bog with all sorts of bright colors. This was the poisonous bog that was always shrouded in poisonous mist all year round. Much of the water inside the bog contained powerful poisons. Moreover, those poisons were ones that even martial practitioners of power could not withstand. If a person did not cultivate a poison art or was special and could accurately recognize all kinds of poisonous objects, they would not dare to enter this place. The balls of dark green, poisonous miasma seemed to be an eerie, green flower that floated above a bog that was filled with poisonous mucus grass. A spinning metal ball that seemed to echo with thunder suddenly shot into this bog. It rolled into the inner parts of the bog. Boom! A terrifying shock wave that seemed to flatten the entire bog suddenly came from deep within the earth. The bog in front of them roiled and rippled, with dragons of earth shooting up into the sky ferociously. Poisonous liquid fell down like rain and filled the entire space. The dark green poisonous miasma that remained regardless of the circumstances over the years slowly and miraculously dissipated after the shocking explosion. The shallow bog became a wondrous deep lake, a lake multiple meters deep. Numerous unnameable poisonous insects and other such beings surfaced from the moving mud. Every poisonous insect and animal was clearly dead without any signs of life. 500 meters out, Qin Lai, Luo Zhichang, Mo Hai, and the others looked at the impact area beside Xueli in complete shock. Luo Zhichang, Mo Hai, Tang Siki, Lian Ro were inwardly astounded, unable to hide their shock. This strength is something that even Nether Passage martial practitioners cannot endure, Luo Zhichang said excitedly. Compared to the one that heavily wounded Blood Shadow, this is a step up in strength, Feng Rong said confidently. Qin Lai's eyes narrowed. He was also extremely excited inside, having also been frightened by the destructive power of this profound Terminator bomb. The power of this profound Terminator bomb far surpassed the 3 he had forged before. It definitely could kill Manifestation Realm martial practitioners and could teach Nether Passage martial practitioners a lesson they would not forget there for the rest of their lives. Just as Xueli had said, the materials to forge this Terminator profound bomb needed to be of a higher grade, especially the primary material. The beast core of a Thundersky beast was definitely higher than that of a rank 2 Ice Soul Python, so it had drastically increased the power of the Terminator profound bomb. The primary material is the beast core of a rank 3 Thunder-type spirit beast? Xueli asked to confirm. MN the beast core of a rank 3 Thunder Sky beast. And it was not a complete piece either. Qin Lai said honestly, it is just 1/3 of the Thunder Sky beast's beast core. Then you are not wrong. It should be the Terminator profound bomb. Xueli's expression changed. If this Terminator profound bomb explodes near a Nether Passage martial practitioner, it should be able to heavily injure and may even kill them. If the primary material is higher, your skill in artifact forging is high enough, and you can merge a rank 4 or rank 5 Thunder-type Spirit Beast core into the Terminator profound bomb. Xueli paused, then said, then with just the Terminator profound bomb, you can destroy the soul of a Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner. If you can successfully forge a Terminator profound bomb with rank 6 Thunder-type Spirit Beast cores, then you can flatten a Copper Force. Qin Lai's eyes immediately lit up as soon as he heard this. Luo Zhichang and the others also were excited as they saw the light of hope. Usually, a Terminator profound bomb that uses a rank 3 Beast core as its primary material can kill a rank 4 Spirit Beast or a Nether Passage martial practitioner. A Terminator profound bomb made using a rank 4 Beast core as its primary material can kill rank 5 Spirit Beasts or Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners, and so on, Xueli said with great certainty. Of course, this is assuming that the Terminator profound bomb explodes right next to them. Qin Lai suddenly started to chuckle. With your forging skills, you can at most forge this kind of Terminator profound bomb. Do not be too optimistic, Xueli criticized. Qin Lai continued to laugh. If I can see hope, I will not worry. There will be a day when I am able to forge Terminator profound bombs that can exterminate a Copper Force. I'm afraid you won't ever reach that day, Xueli grinned. They will not give you so much time. After that Xie was captured, even I will most likely have to avoid the people who come in the next wave. Once this was spoken, everyone's expressions darkened after their excitement. I will first go back to the cavern to continue forging Terminator profound bombs. Senior Xueli, You can directly ask them for the spirit medicines and materials you need to recover your strength. Qin Lai pointed at Luo Zhichang. Luo Zhichang bowed slightly and then respectfully spoke. Senior, please speak. You can use whatever armament sect has in the spirit material stores. Gratitude flashed through Xue Li's bloody eyes. He nodded and said, Good. Before Qin Lai left, Xue Li said, After you forge the Terminator profound bombs, you should try to increase your strength. If you can step into the manifestation realm soon, maybe the danger to armament sect will be resolved. Senior, what do you mean? What does the danger to armament sect have to do with reaching the manifestation realm? Qin Lai was puzzled. Xue Li snickered. I said I will tell you a secret about the 12 spirit pattern pillars. Amen, do not be impatient. If you want to use those spirit pattern pillars, you should be at least in manifestation realm. Hearing this, everyone looked in shock at Xue Li. Those 12 spirit pattern pillars can resolve the danger-threatening armament sect? Qin Lai's expression was one of excitement. With the Terminator profound bombs and the 12 spirit pattern pillars, it can make armament sect infallible. The condition is that you need to first be in the manifestation realm. You are the only one in your entire sect that can light up all 12 spirit pattern pillars. Only you can utilize its true wonders. Xue Li nodded. Qin Lai, Luo Zhichang shouted excitedly. Qin Lai nodded and then turned to walk towards Flame Volcano. I'm going back to the cavern. Take me to your armament sect's spirit material stores. Let me see if there is anything good. Ha! If I can recover to 80% of my full power, I guarantee that your armament sect will come out of this unharmed. Xue Li said arrogantly. Take the senior to the spirit material stores. Luo Zhichang spoke. At the city gates of Fire District. Xianxia played with the decoration in her hand as she tried to communicate with Xie Zhichang and get a hold of the situation. The people of Dark Azura Hall, Seven Fiends Valley, Cloud Sky Mountain, Dark Shadow Tower, and Purple Mist Sea had gathered in Fire District next to Xianxia. They were waiting for her information. At this time, everyone knew that Tu Shi of 8 Extreme Temple had died horrifically by Lang Xia's hands. When Xie Zhizhang did not answer back, everyone's mood darkened. They suddenly felt as though armament sect became mysterious. Li Mu was in the city. That was what everyone was thinking at the same time. Feng Lin, Ji Lu, Jiu, and the others all assumed that since Qin Lai had appeared, Li Mu, who had disappeared along with him, definitely was in Armament City. 1 year ago, Li Mu had shocked everyone at Ice Stone City, and Yuan Tianya could only swallow his anger, not daring to move. At that time, a large number of people speculated that Li Mu was a powerful person above the Nether Passage realm. The rumor was that the Ice Stone Snow Wolf King, that was a rank 5 spirit beast, chose to follow Li Mu. This meant Li Mu was definitely very powerful. This was everyone's judgment. We have already sent a message to Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. They are having an emergency meeting and should take action soon, Ji Lu said. Li Mu is an armament sect. Everyone, do not mess around. This person is definitely very powerful. If he also has the Ice Stone Snow Wolf King with him, experts from Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple have to start their assault before we can continue ours. Dark Azura Hall's Chao Enrui said. The night passed without words. The second day, a ghost bird landed on Liang Zhong's shoulder. Liang Zhong closed his eyes and listened for a while before his expression changed. He shouted at Xie Jingxian. Your second uncle has also been imprisoned in the Plaza of Armament Sect. His entire body is wrapped in blood, and only his head is exposed. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and even more sure that Li Mu was in the city. Their bravery decreased even further. A hint of anger suddenly descended upon Xie Jingshuan's cold face. She thought and then said, I will go to Armament Sect. Miss, Liang Zhong exclaimed. If Qin Lai is in charge of the present Armament Sect, I think he will not do anything to me. Xie Jingshuan's expression was complicated. Speaking of this, I already owe him twice. In the stone woods outside Ice Stone City, Qin Lai had helped her kill the soul-devouring beast. Then, half a year ago, he had helped her kill Liang Xiaoyang. I will go meet Qin Lai, she said. She then jumped off the profound nether beast and walked straight towards the gates. At the gates, she said, "This is Xianxia of Dark Azura Hall's Department of Internal Affairs requesting to enter the city to see Qin Lai of Armament Sect. Please send a message." Hall Master, we. Zhuo Qian and Tu Zhe looked hopefully at Chao Yuanrui. Chao Yuanrui stilled and then nodded slightly. He said, "The present Qin Lai may not be the Qin Lai that you know. Be careful. I thank Hall Master for the concern." Tu Zhe bowed and came next to Xianxia. He shouted, "Tu Zhe requests to meet Qin Lai. Please pass a message. Just say that I, Zhuo Qian, also want to see him. Sect Master Qin is in charge of our armament sect. Who are you people? Is he someone you can meet at your whim?" Tong Jihua moved from the gates to Wind District to this place. At this time, he showed himself at the wall and said with a cold expression, "If you want to meet him, that's not possible unless you die. The Grand Hall Master of Dark Azura Hall and the Mountain Master of Cloud Sky Mountain are all here." Tong Jihua snorted coldly. "As for you guys, you are not qualified. Say Sect Master Qin." Under the city walls, everyone who heard these words were utterly shocked. 1 year ago, Qin Lai had been a normal martial practitioner in Icestone City's Nebula Pavilion. Now, in just a year, he had become the next sect master of Armament Sect, the true leader of a Black Iron Force. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a complex feeling well up in their hearts. "You are not qualified." Tong Jihua's words caused Xianxia, Tu Zi, Yi and Zhuo Qian to freeze up, and they surprised the entire group of people from the 5 forces outside the city as well. He wasn't wrong in terms of status. Armament Sect's status was extraordinary among the 5 forces. Be it wealth or the combat strength of Bloodspear, they were number 1 among the 5 forces. If it was a one-on-one clash, then none among the 5 forces would dare to take on Armament Sect. They wouldn't have even been a match. Not only did Armament Sect have a long-standing history, it also had accumulated resources and potential that caused even 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance to be wary of. As the new sect master of Armament Sect in terms of status and identity, Qin Lai was the equal of the leaders of the 5 forces. Only Purple Mist Sea's master, Cloud Sky Mountain's Mountain Master, and Dark Azura Hall's Grand Hall Master would have the qualifications to speak with Qin Lai. Xianxia was not qualified. Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian were even less qualified. Please notify him. Whether or not he wants to meet me is his decision. If he refuses to see me, then I will definitely not force the issue either. Underneath the city entrance, Xianxia frowned slightly with a cool face. "If I enter the city, you may capture me. I will not be a threat to you." "Miss!" Liang Zhong exclaimed. Xianxia lifted her head and looked at Tong Jihua. She ignored Liang Zhong, and her eyes were firm. Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian looked awkward. They too looked expectantly at Tong Jihua, hoping that he could accommodate them. After a while, Tong Jihua nodded slightly and said in a cold voice, "Considering your past relationship with Sect Master Qin, I will arrange some men to report this matter. Whether or not he's willing to see you all is still his decision." Xianxia returned a thanks and waited indifferently at the city entrance. "Why do you want to see Qin Lai?" 2Mo, the former pavilion master of Nebula Pavilion, said with a dark face. "The current Qin Lai is no longer the insignificant Nebula Pavilion martial practitioner of the past. He is an overlord who rules over Armament Sect now. The fact that Armament Sect could kill Tu Shi and capture Xiaozhizhang means that their powers are immeasurable, not to mention that Dark Azura Hall and Armament Sect have always opposed each other. What can you do even if you go there?" Second Hall Master Chao Xuanrui had also turned around to look at the two of them. His eyes were a little strange. "We don't really have any special thoughts. We just want to know if it's really him," Zhuo Qian muttered. "I just want to see him and know how he's doing right now," Tu Zhe exclaimed. Dark Azura Hall's Second Hall Master, Chao Xuanrui, suddenly smiled and arrived beside Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian. After looking at them, he lowered his voice and said, "If you can convince Qin Lai to surrender, have him disclose how deep Armament Sect's power and resources run, and surrender to profound Heaven Alliance. Chao Xuanrui's voice grew lower and lower. Then not only will Qin Lai be able to live, I can even guarantee that he can enter Dark Azura Hall and acquire a pretty good position. Little Zay, Little Qian, you both know that it is Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple's intentions to eliminate Armament Sect. Armament Sect is fated not to survive this danger. If you truly wish him well, then it will be best if you can convince him to surrender. Zhuo Duo also supported. Tu Zai and Zhuo Qian wore bitter expressions on their faces. They neither expressed anything nor promised them. This was because they knew Qin Lai. They knew that he would never surrender and that he wasn't someone who could betray his own sect just for his own safety. They knew very well that there was some kind of berserk blood inside Qin Lai, and the moment he turned crazy, he would be extremely terrifying and fearsome. They could believe that it was him no matter how recklessly he acted. The one thing they wouldn't believe was that he would betray Armament Sect. Therefore, they knew that they didn't even need to bother attempting to persuade him. Hot sunlight shone down on Flame Volcano. Halfway up the mountain, the shut cave was opened once more as Qin Lai appeared at the entrance looking quite tired. How is it? How much have you completed in one night's time? Lian Ro asked curiously. Qin Lai pointed behind him. At the back of the cave, 6 Terminator Profound Bombs lay quietly on the jade table. Each one of these Terminator Profound Bombs carried incredibly obvious thunder and lightning energy, and a lightning-like pattern graced its surface. Have they all been inscribed? Tang Siki's eyes were bright. Yes, I used an entire night to inscribe all of the spirit diagrams inside. Qin Lai moved his neck and rolled his rigid limbs, slowly relaxing his tense body. The 6 Terminator Profound Bombs were powerful enough to eliminate a Nether Passage Martial Practitioner and damage a Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioner. But this alone wasn't enough to completely overturn Armament Sect's situation. When daylight had been about to break, he had even forged a new Terminator Profound Bomb and attempted to merge a small rank 4 Dark Moon Thundersnake Beast Core into the new artifact. According to Xueli, if he could use a rank 4 Spirit Beast Core as its primary material, then the power of the Terminator Profound Bomb could destroy a rank 5 Spirit Beast and take down a Fragmentation Realm Martial Practitioner. That was why he wanted to give it a test. However, not long after the Beast Core was placed inside the furnace, all the supplementary materials could not endure the rampaging thunder and lightning energy and exploded into smithereens before they could complete the merging. If it wasn't for the fact that Armament Sect's furnace was tough, that he hadn't used just a small piece of Beast Core for the experiment, and that he hadn't suppressed the thunder and lightning energy inside, it was likely that even the furnace would completely explode. Xueli wasn't wrong. With his current attainment in artifact forging, the best he could forge was a Terminator Profound Bomb with a rank 3 Beast Core as the primary material. He would only be making life difficult for himself if he tried to forcefully attempt a high-grade Terminator Profound Bomb. The enhancement of the main material had to be matched with an enhancement of supplementary materials, a better control of spirit energy, better skill in artifact forging, a higher realm, and must even be matched with a better compound spirit diagram. He was lacking in all areas. Can I see the spirit diagram inside the Terminator Profound Bomb? Tang Siki stared eagerly at him. Lian Ro's expression moved as she too suddenly chuckled and asked, Qin Lai, can I see it as well? The compound spirit diagram you've made. Qin Lai frowned slightly. The spirit diagram he inscribed inside the Terminator Profound Bomb was formed with basic spirit diagrams. However, the 4 basic spirit diagrams he mastered were different from the commonly used basic diagrams these days. According to Ing Xingran and Mo Hai, the basic diagram inside the spirit gathering board was an ancient diagram. Tang Siki had also seen the spirit gathering board Xia Jingxian had sent over as well and of course had seen the spirit diagram inside as well. So, she would immediately realize that the person who forged the spirit gathering board wasn't Li Mu but him the moment she slipped a wisp of mind consciousness into the Terminator Profound Bomb. The 4 ancient basic diagrams came from inside the soul-suppressing orb. His grandfather had once instructed him to let as few people as possible know that he owned the soul-suppressing orb. That was why he hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'm sorry. The spirit diagram inside the Terminator Profound Bomb was taught to me by a senior. He isn't too willing to show it to other people. It's Li Mu, right? the Limu who forged the spirit-gathering board. Tang Siki wore an understanding look. The spirit diagram inside the Terminator Profound Bomb is an ancient diagram, right? We actually guessed that a long time ago. After being dumbfounded for a moment, Qinlai nodded. I knew it. Tang Siki appeared a little regretful but did not force the issue. She even reminded him in goodwill, if you want to keep the arrangements of the spirit diagrams inside your spirit artifact a secret, you can package it. There should be a lot of packaging methods inside the secret scriptures you hold. To put it bluntly, this so-called packaging method is to lock your spirit diagrams so that other people's consciousness would not be able to peep at the interior spirit diagram and its unique frame. Packaging. Qinlai's eyes lit up. He had heard about packaging spirit diagrams. He also knew that there were a lot of real master artificers who disliked other people attempting to discern the wondrous assemble of their spirit diagram. That was why the spirit artifacts they forged had interior spirit diagrams that were packaged to lock them. A packaged spirit diagram would neither prevent the user from using it nor affect the spirit artifact's power, but it could prevent other people from slipping their consciousness inside the artifact and seeing the core components of the spirit diagram. In the world of artifact forging, this was the way the great artificers protect their own secrets. It was a very common practice. Sect Master Qin, Elder Tong has requested me to inform you that there are 3 people outside Fire District who wish to see you. They say they know you. They are called Xie Jingxian, Tu Zhe, and Zhuqian. An outer sect disciple walked in with a humble look and bowed head, while informing him in an odd tone. Xie Jingxian, Tu Zhe Zhuqian. Qinlai was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he asked, has my identity been exposed? Yes. Now everyone knows that you are the one in control of Armament Sect. The person still did not lift his head as he answered quietly. Qinlai looked at him in surprise, and after a moment's hesitation asked suddenly, are you Tian Jianhao? The man who had bowed his head all this time finally looked up with a bitter smile. It was Tian Jianhao. More than a year ago, he Yuan Liang Xiaoyang and Ouyang Jingjing had joined the exam and cut in front of Qinlai. He was then kicked down onto the ground by Qinlai. After that, Tian Jianhao had wanted to take revenge on Qinlai several times, but realized that Qinlai was chosen by Tang Siki, then ascended into an inner sect disciple, and after a while, he then killed Liang Xiaoyang in front of the entrance before causing all 12 spirit pattern pillars to react. Qinlai had risen in position all this way, and now he had become the current sect master of Armament Sect. Meanwhile, Tian Jianhao was still Tian Jianhao. He was still that outer sect disciple. I was blind in the past. I hope that sect master will forgive my petty sins. Tian Jianhao smiled bitterly and saluted. You came from Dark Azura Hall previously. Why did Elder Tong trust you? Qinlai asked. I am neither Liang Xiaoyang nor Ouyang Jingjing. I do not have any backing in Dark Azura Hall, and there is no one who gave me special attention. In Dark Azura Hall, I am but an insignificant martial practitioner who has suffered quite a bit of anger. In fact, I have been doing quite well during my time in Armament Sect, Tian Jianhao explained. Qinlai gained an understanding and nodded. He said, tell Elder Tong to invite them to the sect. Say that I wish to see them as well. Remember, they must be treated with respect. Do not put shackles on them. Understood. Tian Jianhao bowed again before finally leaving. An hour later, at the entrance of the Fire District, Tong Jihua said coldly, Sect Master Qin invites you to Armament Sect. Moreover, he has specifically instructed me not to shackle you and to treat you with respect. Tu Zhe and Zhuqian matched each other's eyes before letting out a sigh of relief. Qinlai is still Qinlai, they both thought. Xie Jingxian simply nodded slightly before walking straight at the open city gate. Under Tian Jianhao's guidance, they walked to Armament Sect's entrance. At the outer sect reception room of Armament Sect. Sect Master Qin is right inside here. Please go in, the 3 of you. Tian Jianhao led his men to the door before bowing and withdrawing. Xie Jingxian, Tu Zhe, and Zhuqian immediately stepped into the reception room. Armament Sect's reception room was very wide. Many waist-thick pillars of exquisite stone lifted the hall high up in midair. Qin Lai was right beside one of the pillars. He wore black battlewear and stood still with a calm expression on his face. Qin Lai, Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian cried out in unison. Big brother Tu. Sister Qian. Qin Lai's eyes were filled with excitement as he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian swiftly moved forward, arms outstretched ready to hug Qin Lai. However, just when they were about to reach him, their footsteps suddenly stopped. They recalled the extraordinary status and position Qin Lai now held. Their hugging posture suddenly became rigid as a hint of awkwardness appeared on their faces as well. It was Qin Lai who realized their thoughts after going blank for a moment, and with a grin, he himself stepped forward to punch Tu Zhe strongly in the chest before hugging Zhuo Qian, yelling, "I am still me. I am still the same kid you met at the Arctic mountain range back then." Both Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian were secretly moved on the inside as they too hugged Qin Lai tightly to express the excitement in their hearts. "You brat! Since when did you run to Armament Sect? And how did you become Armament Sect's sect master?" Tu Zhe cried out. "Did you go Armament Sect after you left Icestone City a year ago? Your fake name is Qin Bing," Zhuo Qian also asked. "It's a long story." Qin Lai shook his head, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Big brother Tu, Sister Qian, we will reminisce later. Let me ask what Monsieur's intentions are first." "All right." Both Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian nodded before sitting obediently on one of the soft chairs to the side. "Monsieur." Qin Lai suddenly withdrew the smile on his face as his expression slowly turned serious. He pointed at a chair at the side and said, "Please have a seat." A hint of complication appeared in Xie Jingshuan's clear eyes. She nodded slightly before sitting down indifferently at the side. Then she went right to the point. "Qin Lai, I did not expect that you are Qin Bing." Qin Lai smiled and did not answer. "You helped me kill Liang Xiaoyang and allowed Liang Zhong and I to escape smoothly. So I should thank you." There wasn't too much emotion on Xie Jingshuan's cool face. Frowning, she asked, "I had asked Liang Zhong to deliver a letter to you to inform you about the disaster that was soon to befall Armament Sect and that Blood Shadow was going to kill you. So why have you still stayed at Armament Sect?" While 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance were laying down their plans, Xie Jingxian had learned about Armament's future fate as soon as they had come to a decision through the Xie family's network. Before the 5 forces had decided to join forces, she had already asked Liang Zhong to send a letter to advise Qin Bing to escape as soon as possible, that he shouldn't stay at Armament Sect. The reason she did this was to pay Qin Lai's back for killing Liang Xiaoyang and to save Qin Lai's life. But not only did Qin Lai not leave Armament Sect, he had even become the newly appointed sect master. "The reason I did not leave was because I thought I could escape easily. But something happened later on that I did not expect either," Qin Lai said honestly. "Regardless, I must thank you for asking Uncle Zhong to inform me." Xie Jingxian frowned. After a long pause, she nodded and said, "Let's talk business." "Okay." Qin Lai also nodded. "If you can truly influence Armament Sect, I hope that you can release my second uncle, Xie Zhizhang. As long as my second uncle is unharmed, on the basis that you have helped me twice, I will return to the Xie family and beg my father to change Profound Heaven Alliance's attitude towards Armament Sect with his influence," Xie Jingxian said seriously. Through Great Reverend Luo Zhichang, Qin Lai already knew that Profound Heaven Alliance was formed by the 3 great families, the Xie, Song, and Nye families. The patriarchs of the 3 great families would be able to take turns to compete to become the chief of Profound Heaven Alliance. Right now the chief of Profound Heaven Alliance was led by Song family's patriarch, Song Yu, and the Xie family's current patriarch, Xie Yaoyang, was also Xie Jingshuan's father. The Xie, Song, and Nye families worked together to conduct the operations of Profound Heaven Alliance. Any massive movements by Profound Heaven Alliance must have the consent of the patriarchs of all 3 great families. As one of the 3 great families, the Xie family had absolute power to influence Profound Heaven Alliance's decision. So as long as Qin Lai released Xie Zhizhang, she would give Qin Lai face and willingly return to the Xie family to meet her father. She would ask him to change Profound Heaven Alliance's attitude with Armament Sect with Xia family's influence. Even Tu Zhe and Zhuqian were surprised. They didn't know what had happened between Xianxia and Qin Lai to deserve such diligence from her. In that case, what is the best outcome for Armament Sect after Profound Heaven Alliance has changed their attitude? Qin Lai asked. Xianxia thought carefully for a moment before answering. Armament Sect's inner sect elders and disciples will be safe. Part of the outer sect martial practitioners will be safe as well. Elder Mo Hai will probably enter 8 Extreme Temple, and we, the Xia family, can accept Lang Xia, although he must go into hiding for a period of time. The inner sect elders and disciples will be split among the 5 forces after they have been scattered, and Armament Sect's wealth and various spirit artifacts and spirit materials will be split among Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. A portion of this will be taken out as a reward to the 5 forces for their actions as well. So Armament Sect will still perish, their wealth will still be divided, and the elders and disciples will still be divided among the other forces after they have been scattered. Qin Lai's expression turned dark. This is the treatment Armament Sect will get after the Xia family has fought for them. Otherwise, Armament Sect's outer sect elders and disciples will all be killed, and the inner sect elders and disciples will probably not survive either because you have harmed Shi Jingyun, Wu Tuo, and Su Ziying. Xie Jingshuan's expression was serious. Not only will the Armament Sect that has committed such acts will be eliminated, they will be also slaughtered to the very last man. Tu Zhe and Zhuqian felt a frigid cold from the bottom of their hearts. They might have guessed Armament Sect's ending, but when Xie Jingxian had laid it out so directly, they still felt that it was cruel. This is what you can offer as the representative of the Xie family? Qin Lai exclaimed softly. This is the best treatment Armament Sect can get after the Xie family has interfered with Profound Heaven Alliance, Xie Jingxian said. Barely a moment of thought passed before Qin Lai immediately said, "Thank you for your sincere offer. However, I cannot accept this offer, and Armament Sect will never accept this as well." Xie Jingshuan's expression turned slightly. As long as the Xie family does not interfere with the affairs of Armament Sect, I can guarantee your second uncle's safety. Otherwise, he will be as Shi Jingyun, Yu Tuo, and Su Ziying. Qin Lai exclaimed solemnly. Qin Lai, are you sure this will be the position you take? Armament Sect's position? Xie Jingshuan's expression turned cold. I apologize, but Armament Sect does not wish to perish. Have their outer sect elders and disciples slaughtered to the last man, or have their elders be imprisoned and kept alive as pitifully as a dog. Qin Lai's expression was stern. Please tell the Xie family that this is Armament Sect's attitude. Please inform the Xie family to avoid interfering with Armament Sect's affairs. Whatever the other 2 families of Profound Heaven Alliance do are their businesses. As long as the Xie family no longer sends anyone over, your second uncle's safety will be guaranteed. You are truly an unrepentant fool, Xie Jingxian exclaimed coldly. Qin Lai kept quiet and said nothing. I have said whatever needs to be said. If you insist, and if Armament Sect insists as well, then I wish that you will be prepared for whatever fate will fall upon Armament Sect in the future. Xie Jingxian was obviously very disappointed with the results of this trip and with Qin Lai. After throwing down those words, she did not continue to persuade him. Instead, she turned around, left the reception room, and headed outside the city. There was a moment of silence after she left the reception room. After a long time had passed, Qin Lai sucked in a breath and let out a somewhat strained smile. Big brother too, Sister Qian. Do you guys think me as an unrepentant fool as well? We know how you are. We know that there was no way you would accept this. So the reason we came here wasn't to convince you or anything. Tu Zhe smiled and said, We are different from her. We are not here to see you on behalf of Dark Azura Hall or the Xie family or whatever. We are here to see a good friend, a good brother, because we are afraid that we will not be able to see you ever again in the future. That is why we came here in advance to avoid any regrets in the future. You guys are not optimistic about Armament Sect's fate either? Qin Lai smiled bitterly. Isn't it obvious? Zhuqian threw him a glare. The ones who want to eliminate Armament Sect are 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance. These two are both copper rank forces. Just how can Armament Sect possibly survive this crisis? Really, you two? Why the heck did you take up as the sect master? This position sounds pleasant to boast about, but is it really that easy to become one? The position of sect master in a sect about to be eliminated is only a joke in other people's eyes. Why can't you see that? Qianlai continued to smile bitterly, but there was some warmth in his heart. Tuzhe was still Tuzhe, and Zhuoqian was still Zhuoqian. Their words let him know that they still hadn't changed and that they had come purely because they were worried for him. They didn't have any ulterior motives, and their thoughts were pure. They really were here just to see him. Just as Tuzhe had said, they had assumed that he would die, which was why they had come to meet him one last time. Inside the reception room, Qianlai and the duo talked about his experiences after he left Armament Sect. Other than his experiences beneath the Arctic mountain range and the land of profound ice, he had openly explained everything else. Tuzhe and Zhuoqian had also talked about their current lives at Dark Azura Hall, working under the second hall master as his subordinates. They were now undergoing special training and were preparing to venture to Nether Battlefield to sharpen their martial way. After that, the duo advised him to figure out a way to escape before Armament Sect was eliminated. They hoped to see him again in the future. They said nothing about Chao Xuanrui's plans or his offer. They only told him that Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple were having an emergency meeting and would send experts over once more, cautioning him to be careful. Qianlai, we hope you can survive this crisis. We hope to see you again. Before Tuzhe left, he hugged him one more time and heavily said, "Live well. Take care. Don't sacrifice yourself for Armament Sect. You must protect your own life," Zhuoqian instructed. "Don't worry, you guys. I will live, and I will even live very well." Qianlai grinned and sent the duo out of the reception room. He then instructed Tian Jianhao to send them safely out of Armament City. After they left, he turned around and headed towards Bloodspear's training ground at the back of the mountain. Manifestation Realm. If I can break through to the Manifestation Realm, I will be able to channel the wonders of the Spirit Pattern Pillars, and together with the Terminator Profound Bomb, they will be enough to overturn the tides. I do not have much time left, so I must succeed as soon as possible.